across valleys, rivers, and rising skylines, one name quietly powers it all. At the heart of Nigeria's digital transformation lies a network, secure, intelligent, and built for resilience. Driven by brilliant minds and bold ideas, we connect governments, empower agencies, and enable service delivery. Every day we build, every night we evolve, because Nigeria's future is digital, and the future is now. Galaxy Backbone, empowering Nigeria's digital present and shaping its digital future.
Taking your business online has never been easier. Introducing Hogo Host, Nigeria's largest web hosting provider. Secure your perfect domain name. Bring your dream website to life. Power your website with reliable hosting. Build trust with professional email hosting. Start your journey today at www.hugohost.com.
Clear road for Hodanso. We be global agentic AI and digital marketing company. We stand gidigba across the world. Our level clear because we build everything on top excellence, heavy innovation, and correct integrity. We know they just play for the digital space. We the dominator. I never finish. Collaboration and customer satisfaction be our watchword. Your business growth now our priority. So if they're ready to grow and blow for the digital space, no walk alone. No. Talk to Hodanso today. Make we show you road. These days, AI fit help you build websites inside 2 minutes. And truth be told, that part sweet past jollof rice. But sharp business owners, make I tell una real truth. We dey focus on the wrong problem. Many people they think say the biggest headache now to build the website. Beg, no be there the real issue there. Not to maintain and they give people high blood pressure. Waiting suppose help your business grow. Don't come today. Now Hodanso Agentic WordPress. We no replace WordPress. We no force you pack your load go another platform. We just bring heavy AI automation to crush all those things where they slow you down. Your WordPress site go just deploy automatically. Security they monitor and for back 247 like saying a president will get standard defense. Daily backups they happen sharp without you even remembering. Performance activates for maximum speed. Our plans go offer you less maintenance, less stress, pure automation. If you're done ready, check out Hodanso Agentic WordPress for our website, www.hodanso.net.
Connect to what is possible. In Nigeria's digital world, everyone matters. No Nigerian left offline. Opportunity is just a click away, only if you have the skills. Digital skills open doors to education and business opportunity. Across the nation, community digital literacy centers are empowering students in rural communities, giving them tools to learn, grow, and compete globally. Young people are moving from unemployment to building careers, freelancing and earning online. From classroom to cloud, farmer to student, tech is changing lives. Not just the young, older generations are coming on board, learning how to use digital payments safely and confidently in their everyday lives. Grandmas online, sending love, receiving funds digitally. With the right knowledge, every Nigerian can click with confidence, avoiding scams, spotting fake links, and staying informed in a fast-moving digital space. NITDA is empowering Nigerians to join the digital revolution. NITDA, shaping the future, deepening our digital economy.
A new cutting-edge digital future is unfolding in Nigeria. National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA's Built in Nigeria initiative, promotes tech startups, driving national development. We are establishing digital learning centers and empowering youth through Code the Future, coding solutions for agriculture, healthcare, education, and finance. We are adopting blockchain technology, designing tools for financial inclusion. From e-commerce to fintech, Nigerian tech is rising. NITDA's hackathons, incubators, and innovation hubs empowers entrepreneurs, promoting the fourth industrial revolution. Kudos to women driving Nigeria's tech revolution. NITDA, shaping the future, deepening our digital economy.
Do your work with AI.
I'm Farah from Q Servers, and I'm here to show you how we're powering the digital dreams of thousands across Nigeria. As Nigeria's best-rated web host, we've built a reputation for speed, security, and local expertise that businesses trust. Whether you need reliable shared website hosting or optimized WordPress solutions, we have the perfect plan to get you online instantly. For high-performance needs, our cloud VPS offers unmatched power, and every account comes with free SSL certificates to keep your data safe. We understand the Nigerian market. Pay easily in Naira and enjoy 24/7 local support from experts who truly understand your business. Ready to host your future? Join the Q Servers family today at qservers.ng. Q Servers, powering your world.
Every business needs three things: a domain they own, infrastructure they can trust, and customer support that is available every hour of the day. At Rackhost, we give you all of it. From domain name registration to enterprise-grade web hosting, professional email, SSL certificates, and virtual private servers to suit your business demands. And we do all of this on nearly 100% renewable energy, because for every hosting plan we sell, we plant a tree. Rackhost is the hosting partner global businesses are choosing to work with. Visit rackhost.com today to get started.
Welcome to SmartWeb Nigeria Limited, Nigeria's #1 web hosting and domain registration company. With over 90,000 customers, the company provides affordable and reliable digital solutions including shared hosting, VPS hosting, reseller hosting, email hosting, SSL certificates, and domain registration services. SmartWeb supports thousands of business, developers, entrepreneur, and content creators by helping them build and manage their online presence effectively. The company is recognized as a certified NERA registrar and offers features such as 24/7 customer support, easy-to-use cPanel hosting, and NDPR compliance. Over the years, SmartWeb has hosted over 100,000 websites and registered over 150,000 domains, including NG domains across Nigeria and beyond.
Looking to establish your online presence with a reliable web hosting provider? Look no further than Upperlink Domain. Securing your dream domain is just a few clicks away. Choose from an extensive range of extensions including .com, .ng, and more, and establish your online identity with confidence. But wait, that's just the beginning. Our hosting platform boasts a user-friendly cPanel interface with Softaculous and Electron software with fancy templates with no coding knowledge that allows you to create and manage your website effortlessly. Say goodbye to complicated setups with us. Building your online empire has never been easy. We provide daily backups of your files for up to 25 days, ensuring that your information is always protected against unwanted threats. And when it comes to data security, we've got you covered. Our free SSL encryption and Immunify 360 security offer unparalleled protection for your website, safeguarding it against potential threats and vulnerabilities. For a seamless communication and productivity, take advantage of our premium email services powered by Google Workspace and Microsoft 365. Stay connected, stay productive with Upperlink Domain.
From the north to the south, across valleys, rivers, and rising skylines, one name quietly powers it all. At the heart of Nigeria's digital transformation lies a network, secure, intelligent, and built for resilience. Driven by brilliant minds and bold ideas, we connect governments, empower agencies, and enable service delivery. Every day we build, every night we evolve, because Nigeria's future is digital, and the future is now. Galaxy Backbone, empowering Nigeria's digital present and shaping its digital future.
Taking your business online has never been easier. Introducing Host, Nigeria's largest web hosting provider. Secure your perfect domain name. Bring your dream website to life. Power your website with reliable hosting. Build trust with professional email hosting. Start your journey today at www.hugohost.com.
Clear road for Hodanso. We be global agentic AI and digital marketing company we stand gidigba across the world. Our level clear because we build everything on top excellence, heavy innovation, and correct integrity. We know they just play for the digital space. We dey dominate am. I never finish o. Collaboration and customer satisfaction be our watchword. Your business growth na our priority. So if you dey ready to grow and blow for the digital space, no walk alone o. Talk to Hodanso today, make we show you road. These days, AI fit help you build websites inside 2 minutes. And truth be told, that part sweet past jollof rice. But sharp business owners, make I tell una real truth. We dey focus on the wrong problem. Many people they think say the biggest headache now to build the websites. Beg, no be there the real issue there. Not to maintain and they give people high blood pressure. Waiting suppose help your business grow. Don't come today. Now Hodanso Agentic WordPress. We no replace WordPress we no force you pack your load go another platform. We just bring heavy AI automation to crush all those things where they slow you down. Your WordPress site go just deploy automatically. Security they monitor and for back 247 like saying a president will get standard defense. Daily backups they happen sharp without you even remembering. Performance activates for maximum speed. Our plans go offer you less maintenance, less stress, pure automation. If you're done ready, check out Hodanso Agentic WordPress for our website, www.hodanso.net.
Connect to what is possible. In Nigeria's digital world, everyone matters. No Nigerian left offline. Opportunity is just a click away, only if you have the skills. Digital skills open doors to education and business opportunity. Across the nation, community digital literacy centers are empowering students in rural communities, giving them tools to learn, grow, and compete globally. Young people are moving from unemployment to building careers, freelancing and earning online. From classroom to cloud, farmer to student, tech is changing lives. Not just the young, older generations are coming on board, learning how to use digital payments safely and confidently in their everyday lives. Grandmas online, sending love, receiving funds digitally. With the right knowledge, every Nigerian can click with confidence, avoiding scams, spotting fake links, and staying informed in a fast-moving digital space. NITDA is empowering Nigerians to join the digital revolution. NITDA, shaping the future, deepening our digital economy.
A new cutting-edge digital future is unfolding in Nigeria. National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA's Built in Nigeria initiative, promotes tech startups, driving national development. We are establishing digital learning centers and empowering youth through Code the Future, coding solutions for agriculture, healthcare, education, and finance.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Moni Ibieton. I will be the anchor for this event. I am the Secretary General of African Public Relations Association. I welcome you all to this event. Before we start, it's traditional for the hoteliers to put us through some safety guidelines. And I want to invite one of their staff to quickly do that before our guests come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everybody. Welcome once again to Abuja Continental. As part of our tradition, to always give a brief safety and security tips that will safeguard our stay. The number one thing here is our convenience. It's at the back of the LKCC office. Immediately you step out from this entrance, just turn left. That little walkway. Immediately you enter the walkway, you see another entrance by your right. That's the convenience. It's always advisable you look at the signage so that you know the right place to enter. Also, today is not scheduled for any fire drill. Therefore, in case there is a fire alarm that lasted for more than 5 to 10 seconds, then it is an evacuation alarm or false alarm. Do not panic. Do not attempt to tackle the fire yourself, however small. Inform a staff of the hotel who is nearby. In the event that evacuation becomes necessary, it is important you are aware of the following procedure. Remain calm. Emergency response team members, waiter, or any member of the Abuja Continental Hotel staff will be able to direct you to the most convenient exit. You must leave immediately. In a calm and orderly manner. Our fire exits are clearly marked throughout the conference hall. Do not stop to collect your baggages or any personal belongings. Do not shout, run, push each other. Follow the official voice instruction. Assemble points. We have our assemble points beside the LKCC. By the left side of the event hall here. Do not re-enter the building. The duty manager will inform you once the building is safe. You will be told by a member of the hotel management to evacuate to a safe area in case of security alert. Take all belongings with you if possible. In the event of a security alert, if you will not necessarily be evacuated out of the building, but to a safe area within the property. Please do not leave your belongings or any property unattended for security reasons. For example, going for tea break, going to give a speech, convenience, and whatsoever reason that may make you leave your seat. Please be observant. It's one of the things we always experience in events like this. So let's be observant. The hotel is not liable for any loss, damage, or theft of unattended property. In case of emergency, kindly call extension 8111 or 020-9461-2000. Thank you and have a safe stay.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is time to take the national anthem. May I invite you to just rise so we take the first stanza. Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Please be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to serve as your anchor for this event. This is Tech Convergence 3.0, the third edition, organized by NIRA. As you are aware, NIRA is a not-for-profit organization that maintains a registry and central database for all web addresses ending with .ng. It also accredits registrars to ensure that the public are able to purchase and renew their domain names. This is a flagship conference for NIRA. The thematic focus for this year's is strengthening Nigeria's digital independence, the role of policy, digital identity, that is .ng, and economic growth. It is such a historic occasion, and we are happy to have stakeholders across the spectrum in the digital economic sector. Permit me to recognize those who are here as our guests. I had introduced myself earlier. My name is Dr. Moni Ibieton. I am the Secretary General of African Public Relations Association, and I'm glad to be here to work with NIRA at this historic occasion. We have in our midst the chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, distinguished Senator Salisu Afolabi Shuaibu. I invite you to put your hands together for him. We also have here Honorable Adedeji Stanley Olajide, who is the chairman of House of Reps Committee on Digital Communication Technology. We have in our midst the CEO, National Commissioner for Nigeria Data Protection Commission, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, please. We have the chairperson of the Board of Trustees, Nigeria Internet Registration Association, Dr. Ibukun Odushote. Auntie, it's good to see you again. Welcome. Welcome. Mrs. Odushote is amazing. I mean, the last time I saw her, she was Director ICT at Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation when I served as the Special Media Assistant to Frank Nweke Jr. when he was Minister. And she was one of those who made my work easy. Please, I need you to please clap for her again. Thank you. The President of NIRA is here, Mr. Akishola Adesanya. Please put your hands together for him. Engineer Salisu Kaka, Dr. Salisu Kaka, Director, E-Government and Digital Economy at NIDA. Welcome, sir. We have Mr. Mohammed Rudman, the CEO of Internet Access Point of Nigeria. It's good to see you again, sir. We have Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju here, who is the CEO of Galaxy Backbone. Did he step out? Okay. We also have Mr. Tony Izuagbe Emakwe, President, Association of Telecommunications Companies of Nigeria. Did he step out too? Dr. Adebowale Adedokun is the DG of Bureau for Public Procurement. We will wait to receive. May I invite at this point all members of the Board of Trustees of NIRA. Please kindly rise so that people can recognize and clap for you for the beautiful work that you have been doing. Thank you. Please be seated. Can we have NIRA Executive Board of Directors? Please rise. A former director of NIDA is here, Mr. Kema Bonta. Mr. Kema Bonta. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Do we have representatives of the National Bureau of Statistics here? Okay. Thank you so much for being here. I'd like to have the other information that I require to recognize those who are here appropriately. We have been here for hours, and I know that people were coming in, but please permit me to also specially recognize Mrs. Mary Udoma. Please, Mommy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Gentlemen and ladies, distinguished Senator, I'm particularly happy to have you here and your colleague from the House of Representatives. I'm one of those Nigerians who are always excited when we see parliamentarians, because we know the role that they are supposed to play, and we appreciate the fact that you are living up to that responsibility. When I was told when we were going to start this event and when you are likely to arrive with your colleague, and you kept to that time, I was excited. That was the first elixir that I got this morning. I invite all of us to please clap for Senator Salisu and his colleague, Honorable Olajide. Distinguished Senator, parliamentary history is of interest to me, and that's why I keep my eye on you. Because at the end of the day, sir, when we're out of here, we are going to be pushing some things to you for legislative action. And we're happy that you have the capability. Honorable Ajide, we are happy that you have the capability. I invite you all once again to clap for our parliamentarians. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria's digital future cannot be built on borrowed identities. I repeat, our digital future as a nation cannot be built on borrowed identities. And therefore, our gathering here today is meant to curate our decision about where we are headed. .ng is not merely a web address. It is a reflection of our digital identity and a symbol of our pride as a nation. We must own our digital identity. Local addresses create special value when you are registered on that address. Capital flights, the movement of money, capital, from our space to other countries is reduced when you have your own local domain name and you are able to patronize it. I think the government is leading by example, given the decision of President Tinubu and his cabinet to place on front burner the question of the economy of Nigeria. And what we are doing today connects to that process, because the future of young people is secured if we patronize the .ng domain name. From government to business to the academia, we must form an alliance that enables us to drive this process. Often, what has been missing is to get the support of key stakeholders. The reason I express my enthusiasm that we have people from National Assembly, because it is the duty of National Assembly to enact laws. And we know that distinguished Senator Salisu and Honorable Olajide are ready, because we are ready to file behind them to implement the resolution at this event. And I invite you to clap for them once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such a great event. I cannot overemphasize our gathering. But I don't want to take your time, because we have a schedule of discussions that will take place here. And during the discussions, I invite you to participate, to make contributions, so that we can shape the future of Nigeria. Those who built the countries that we respect more than ours are citizens of those countries. And we have to be active as citizens. The reason why what NERA is doing as a not-for-profit organization, as a self-regulating organization, to ensure that our identity, our sovereignty is protected within the digital space, we need to appreciate it. And I invite you once again, please, put your hands together for NERA. Thank you so, so much. So I'm not going to take much of your time. Permit me to recognize a former colleague of mine who is here representing the Nigerian Communications Commission, Dr. Ibiso Kingsley George. Put your hands together for her. You can keep clapping, as a matter of fact. I mean, just keep clapping. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Mukhtar Bello is with us. He's an expert in cybersecurity. Please rise. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And there is also Johnson Baraye from the Federal Ministry of Communications. Is he here? Thank you. Please put your hands together for... Thank you so much. Thank you. we will take very short goodwill messages from strategic stakeholders that are here. And just before we do that, permit me to invite Mr. Adeshola Akisoya to formally welcome us. I have just welcomed on behalf. So I'm inviting him to now welcome all of us. Please put your hands together for him.
Good morning, everybody. And my heart is so gladdened this morning to see our distinguished guests all seated and our faces looking radiant. Please, let's clap for ourselves. And I know some people are flew in to Abuja this morning just to honor us. We're not actually taking this for granted. Thank you very much. So, I don't want to take much of our time, and there are so many activities lined up. So if you all permit me I know our MC had done all the greetings, so permit me to actually stand on that and move directly to the welcome address. I hope I'm permitted. Thank you very much. Please, let's clap for ourselves. So it's a long read, and I don't think I need to take that. So, but I'll just somehow paraphrase and read some out of my welcome address. It's actually on page 21. If you can see, if you have the booklet with you, and if you are connecting digitally, I think that has been shared. So it's with great pleasure and deep sense of purpose that I welcome everyone to this Tech Convergence 3.0. So today, we are gathered not only to discuss technology, but to shape the future of Nigeria's digital economy and redefine our nation's position in the global digital ecosystem. So this gathering represents more than a conference. It is a strategic platform for collaboration, innovation, and action. My MC had dealt much more on why we all need to be here. So I'll just be skipping some of my welcome address and just move to some of the important discourse here. So I wrote that digital independence does not mean isolation in the global internet. Rather, it means a secure, resilient, and competitive digital ecosystem that gives Nigeria greater control over its data, infrastructure, digital identity system, and online presence. So policy remains a critical enabler in this process. So effective policies create the environment for established trust within the digital economy. So as stakeholders that we have here, everybody sitting in this room are stakeholders. As long as you are using the internet, as long as you are connected to the internet, we are all stakeholders. So we must continue to advocate for policies and accelerate implementation and create sustainable impact. So digital identity is equally important. A secure and inclusive digital identity framework unlocks opportunity for financial inclusion, e-government, digital commerce, and cross-border participation in the global economy. Nigeria has made significant progress in this area, but there is still much work to be done in terms of integration, accessibility, and adoption. So today's program has been carefully designed to address this critical conversation. Our keynote sessions will provide strategic insight into the global digital economy and Nigeria's evolving role within it. Our panel discussion will explore how policy, digital identity, infrastructure, cybersecurity, and the .ng ecosystem can collectively drive economic growth and digital resilience. So we will also examine important issues around offshore data dependence, DNS security, and the future of Nigerian internet infrastructure. More importantly, these conversations are expected to generate practical recommendations that can shape policy direction, industry collaboration, and future investment. So as we reflect on the future we desire, let us imagine a Nigeria where government, institutions, businesses, startups, and citizens operate confidently on a secure local digital infrastructure, where digital identity system create opportunities for every Nigerian regardless of location, where cybersecurity is treated as critical national infrastructure, and where digital economy contributes significantly to the national development, job creation, and economic prosperity. That Nigeria is achievable. I so much believe that. So it is not a fantasy. The building block exists. The talent, the market, the policy foundation, the growing infrastructure ecosystem, and in this room today, the leadership. So what is required now is the sustained, coordinated, accountable effort to assemble those building blocks into something durable. So NIRA is already playing its part, and we will continue to grow and secure the .ng namespace. We will continue to invest in infrastructure and advocacy that Nigeria's digital sovereignty requires. And we will continue to convene forums like this, because we believe that shared understanding is the precondition of shared action, as we will hold ourselves to the same standard of accountability that we ask government and private sector. But NIRA cannot do it alone. We cannot. I just imagine how many of us within NIRA are driving this. So, but digital independence is not an outcome of any single organization can deliver. It is the result of everybody in this room. It is the result of thousands of decisions made over months and years by businesses choosing .ng over .com, but by regulators choosing implementation over inertia, by engineers choosing to build local infrastructure, and by citizens choosing to demand better from the system that serve them. So every commitment made in this room today is a brick in that foundation. Every partnership forged over coffee in the exhibition space is a connection that network. Every recommendation captured in our communique is a directive for the future. So I want to appreciate our distinguished senators from the House of Rep. Thank you very much for honoring us and for the great work you're doing. And I'm also appreciating our keynote speakers that are going to come up, panelists, moderators, presenters, partners that are all here. Your presence here today reflects a shared commitment to building a stronger, safer, and more prosperous digital Nigeria. We deeply value the time, expertise, and insight you continue to contribute towards advancing meaningful conversation and practical solutions for our nation's digital future. Your collaboration and support remains critical to the success of this initiative and growth of Nigeria digital ecosystem. So one of my predecessors in this role once said that the internet is not a technology, it is a mirror. It reflects the ambition, the values, and the choices of the society that builds and uses it. So Nigeria's internet, as it currently stands, reflects some of the most brilliant, creative, entrepreneurial energy on this planet. But it also reflects a gap between we are capable of and what we have chosen to build. So today is an opportunity to narrow that gap, to use the hours we have together to think more clearly, commit more boldly, and act more decisively than we have before. So the theme of this conference speaks of strengthening Nigeria's digital independence. So I prefer to think of it as claiming it, because independence is not given. It is built, assertion by assertion, decision by decision, institution by institution. So we have every reason for confidence, and we have every reason for ambition, and we have every reason in the talent, in the energy, and the intelligence gathered in this room today for optimism. So let us make most of it. Once again, a warm welcome to Tech Convergence 3.0. Let's the work begins. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for the president of NERA. Distinguished Senator, I'm aware that you will go to the plenaries. I had said earlier when I spoke about you and Honorable Olajide that we're excited about the work you are doing. You might be late for like 5 minutes, and then you tell your colleagues that Nigerians are excited about what they are doing, and they held you here just for an extra 5 minutes. Can you please clap for the senator so that we can have... So just 10 minutes before the senator comes up to give the goodwill, we will take a few persons' goodwill messages, and then we will now listen to the distinguished senator who is delivering the major paper. He's keynoting this conference, and there is a need for us to listen to him. So, but the goodwill, which is those things that will help him to be able to deliver well, they will come before him. So, permit me to invite Dr. Vincent Olatunji, the National Commissioner and CEO of NPDC, to speak for us in 2 minutes. Dr. Ibiso Kingsley George comes immediately after him, 2 minutes too, to speak on behalf of the NCC.
I have just 2 minutes, and the MC has led the protocol, and the president of NERA also has created the precedent, and I don't want to go against what you have done. So I'll just say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm really excited to be here this morning on behalf of my colleagues from the Nigeria Data Protection Commission. I'll say that we celebrate NERA, and we commend you for your work over the years. All the great people that are here that have done wonderful things to bring NERA to this level, we really commend you for all your efforts. And this would have happened without cooperation and collaboration and input from all of us to agree that this is for all of us in Nigeria, and we must make it work. And to a large extent, NERA is making desired impact in this country. All we are talking about here in the area of convergence is all about data. And the Nigerian government has taken the very giant stride in putting in place the National Administration for Data Protection in Nigeria to regulate data protection and ensure that Nigeria takes its rightful position in the Committee of Nations. Now we have a law, we have a National Commission for Data Protection in Nigeria to implement the law. As part of our support for the work of NERA, we have a model which is very unique to us in Nigeria. Another countries from other parts of the world are coming to even copy this model, which is a PPP model, where we license data protection compliance organizations to carry out compliance on behalf of data controllers and processors. A major requirement for their license is that you must have a .ng domain. None of our licensed DPOs has any foreign domain. So we're already working with you, we're already enhancing your work, we're already supporting you, and we will continue to support you. The MC said something which resonates very well with me, that our digital future is a function of our digital identity. We can't go out or anywhere to start flying foreign identities. That is all what NIRA is all about. I must do all we can to support this process and ensure that it succeeds. We are over 230 million in Nigeria. You can imagine if, with the level of deployment of digital technologies, if we had just 50 million .ng domains, you can imagine what that says about our digital identity in the cyberspace. So whatever we want to do, in all our sectors, wherever we come from, education, health, public service, private sector, please, let's see how we can promote what is happening, what NIRA is doing, to ensure that we're going to fly our digital identity in the global space. We're happy to continue to work with NIRA, and I think we have to be more strategic now in our relationship, in our partnership with NIRA. Maybe after this conference, we'll have how we can sit down and properly know how we can support you, add value to what you are doing, and also for you to support us too. As part of our support, I recall that about 2 years ago, we actually held a training session for your registrars. We're happy to repeat that and also bring new things on board that can support your work and make things easy for you. And as I said, .ng domain is a major requirement for licensed DPCOs. We have to think of how to even escalate to data controllers and processors of major importance in Nigeria. With us as of today, we have over 40,000 of them registered with us. You can imagine if you move that to .ng domain. So these are things that we can sit down to discuss: human capital, awareness, drive policies that will support your work, and we're happy to work with you in this space. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, for amplifying my little voice and the bigger voice of NIRA. Distinguished Senator, Dr. Olatunji is a very modest person. So he will typically just speak, euphemistically about things without trying to make it as big as they look. But that PEP, distinguished Senator, I'm sure you got it. Annually, sir, Nigeria loses $850 million. $850 million. You can check it out, sir, by not trying to establish its own digital identity. As a senator who speaks for the people, Honorable Olatunji, Olajide, as a member of our House of Representatives, it's important. I speak for the people in this hall, many of who are your constituents, and ask that the moment you step out of here, take this matter as a legislative action and let Nigeria get this money. Please. Thank you so much. Dr. Salisu Kaka is here on behalf of the DG of NIDA. He will speak shortly after Dr. Ibiso Kingsley George. 2 minutes, as I have said. And then we will take, after Dr. Kaka, we will now take Grace Waniko Abolime, who is representing the National Bureau of Statistics. And then we will now bring onto the podium the real person who is our distinguished senator who is keynoting. So in that order, Dr. Kaka will come to you after Dr. Kingsley George, and then NBS, where's Grace Abolime? Fantastic. So you come after Dr. Kaka in 2 minutes. Thank you. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kingsley George, who represents Dr. Aminu Meida, the EVC CEO of Nigerian Communications Commission. You can clap for her again, actually.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the board and management of the NCC, I respectfully acknowledge and greet every dignitary here present. I would now go ahead to read the speech on behalf of the Executive Vice Chairman of the NCC, Dr. Aminu Meida. It is my pleasure on behalf of the board, management, and staff of the Nigerian Communications Commission to extend warm greetings to NIRA and to all stakeholders gathered here for the third edition of NIRA Tech Convergence. As custodian of the .ng country code top-level domain, NIRA occupies a strategic place in our national digital architecture, and the Commission deeply values the partnership we have built with its leadership and executive council over the years. The theme of this edition, Strengthening Nigeria's Digital Independence, the Role of Policy, Digital Identity, and .ng for Economic Growth, could not be timelier. It recognizes that policy, not chance, will determine whether Nigeria emerges as the owner or a tenant in its digital economy. Distinguished guests, the case for action is grounded in measurable progress. Nigeria today supports a little bit over 184 million active mobile subscriptions, with broadband penetration crossing 53.86% as at February 2026, and over 150 million internet users. Following the Commission's tariff intervention, operators have signaled renewed commitments to network expansion and infrastructure investment, and the ICT sector now contributes over 18% to our gross domestic product. These figures matter because connectivity is today an essential service, one that underpins our economy, our education and healthcare systems, and our national productivity. The work we do collectively to deepen, secure, and indigenize that connectivity is work of national consequence. Digital independence is not withdrawal from the global internet. It is the deliberate choice to own the foundational layers on which our economy increasingly runs. The .ng domain is one such layer, a critical national infrastructure and clear marker of Nigerian identity, trust, and jurisdiction online. With an estimated 40 million micro, small, and medium enterprises, and only a fraction operating under the .ng namespace, there is substantial headroom for growth. NIRA's investment in DNSSEC, who is privacy reduction, and the .ng Academy is laying the technical groundwork for a more resilient ecosystem, and the Commission is prepared to lend its regulatory weight to initiatives that translate these efforts into wider national adoption. Closely linked to independence is the question of identity. As mobile numbers, domain names, and digital credentials increasingly underpin authentication and financial access for Nigerians, the integrity of a digital identity infrastructure becomes a matter of economic stability and national security. It is for this reason that the Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria signed a memorandum of understanding establishing joint committees on payment systems and consumer protections and on telecoms identity. Cross-sectoral corporations of this kind are designed to enable the seamless implementations of frameworks such as the Nigeria Data Protection Act and our Internet Code of Practice. Good policy is the indispensable enabler of digital independence. To that end, the Commission has advanced a coherent suite of instruments, the revised Internet Code of Practice 2026, which sets clear expectations for online safety, child online protection, and platform accountability. The 2026 to 2030 Spectrum Roadmap, which establishes a transparent environment for spectrum allocation, the Ease of Doing Business portal, and Nigeria Digital Connectivity Index, which will give investors and state governments the tools to measure and improve digital readiness across the Federation. Distinguished participants, no single institution can deliver digital independence on its own. Achieving it requires coordinated action across the internet ecosystem. The multi-stakeholder model that has long defined internet governance, bringing together regulators, the private sector, the technical community, the academia, and civil society. This is the only model proportionate to the task. I therefore urge all stakeholders to leave this convergence with concrete commitments to migrate institutional digital identities to .ng, to invest in local hosting and content, and to build the local capacity that will sustain our digital future. On its part, the Nigerian Communication Commission reaffirms its commitment to an enabling and regulatory environment, one that supports innovation, promotes local content, strengthens digital trust, and ensures Nigeria derives maximum benefit from its digital resources. I congratulate NIRA, its leadership, and its members on the successful convening of the Tech Convergence 3.0, and I commend the foresight that has shaped this year's theme. I wish all participants robust deliberations and impactful outcomes that will, in time, translate into measurable gains for Nigeria's digital economy. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibiso. She's just spoken on behalf of Dr. Aminu Meida, the EVC of NCC. You know she took more than 2 minutes. And you know in Nigeria, there's something we say, you get why. You get why I no stop him. Please clap for her again. Dr. Kaka, please. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kaka.
Thank you, sir. MC, I will start by telling you that NIDA, it has a very important pile now resting on the table of this National Assembly member that are seated here. And I believe the longer I stand here talking to them, the longer that time that file will take to come out. So I'll take only 1 minute. I'll return 1 minute, add it to the time of the speaker, please. My powerful Senate and National Assembly members seated here, MC, permit me to stand on the existing protocol for the honor of time. On behalf of the DG of NIDA, Malam Kashifu Abdullahi, unavoidably absent here, but I am sure his spirit is with us. I want to extend our sincere appreciation and congratulations to the team NIRA for organizing in the third phase the Tech Convergence event. Anytime we attend NIRA activity or we hear about NIRA feels proud, NIDA feels fulfilled, because the activities of NIRA confirm to us that, yes, the decision NIDA took decades ago in delegating the responsibility of managing .ng is a decision taken in the right direction, and we are lucky we handed over that responsibility to the right people. We are very proud of what NIRA is doing, and these confirm to us that the more we delegate, I think the more we grow together. And we've been moved with this always, and try at any point to identify what more can we delegate to NIRA. But before we decide on that, is NIRA ready to accept another responsibility? Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me stop here. Thank you.
I appreciate it, sir. Dr. Kaka actually made the work so easy. Thank you so much, sir. He just spoke on behalf of Madam Kachifu Abdullahi, the DG of NIDA. So we will take Grace Abulime from National Bureau of Statistics. and then proceed to take our honorable member before the senator. Please put your hands together for National Bureau of Statistics. And we have in our midst the head of regulatory and compliance at the Nigerian Copyright Commission. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kole Olatunji. Is he here? Yes, please. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
All protocol duly observed. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grace Waniko Haulime. It is a great privilege to be here today representing the National Bureau of Statistics. At MBS, our mandate is to produce data to tell Nigerian story accurately, credibly, and in a timely manner. In today's world, that story is increasingly written in digital form. This is why the theme of this gathering, strengthening Nigerians' digital independence, is not only timely, but also central to our work and to the nation's economic future. Digital independence does not imply isolation from the global community. Rather, it means ensuring that Nigeria owns and governs the infrastructure, identifies systems, and regularly frameworks that underpin our digital economy. Without such ownership, we risk measuring growth while others capture its value. With it, we gain the capacity to measure, manage, and multiply that growth. Allow me to highlight three critical pillars through which MBS sees this vision unfolding daily: policy, digital identity, and the .ng domain ecosystem. One, policy, the foundation of trust and utilization. Data only delivers value when it is trusted, secure, and accessible. Frameworks such as the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023 and the National Digital Economic Policy provides the legal and institutionalized backbone for this. At MBS, this framework enables us to consistently publish key indicators such as the Consumer Price Index, inflation rates, and GDP figures. Our recent innovations, including AI-assisted price validation and satellite-based enumeration, are made possible because policies support experimentation while safeguarding respondent confidentiality. However, more can be done. Policy must actively promote secure data sharing across ministries, departments, and agencies through platforms like the Nigerian Data Exchange. It should also prioritize local hosting and analytics capacity in public procurement. When policy drives demand for indigenous solutions, we not only retain our data, but also the economic value derived from it. Two, digital identity, which is connecting data to people. Statistics is not abstract. They represent over 230 million Nigerians. To accurately count, serve, and evaluate outcomes for this population, a reliable identity system is essential. The National Identification Number, NIM, managed by the National Identity Management Commission, NIMS, serve as this critical bridge. At MBS, we are increasingly integrating survey and administrative data sets using NIM and other unique identifiers. This reduces duplication, lower operationalized cost, and improve the timeliness of our output. When citizens, farmers, traders, students possess variable digital identity, they become visible to government system. Social intervention reach them more effectively. Financial services become accessible, and outcome can be properly measured. A sovereign identity system ensures that Nigeria determine who is counted and how they are represented. 3, the .ng domain, Nigeria digital address. Every data set report and dashboard we produce is hosted online. Where and how this data is hosted matters significantly. Currently, many Nigerian institutions rely on foreign domain and hosting services, resulting in the outflow of data traffic, revenue, and technical expertise. The .ng domain, managed by the Nigeria Internet Registration Association, NIRA, represents our national digital identity. For MBS, hosting platform on the .ng domain is not merely symbolic. It emphasizes accessibility, reduces latency, and strengthens local capacity. More importantly, it signals ownership that Nigerian data is governed by Nigerian laws and serves Nigerian interests. If widely adopted, the .ng domain can catalyze a thriving ecosystem of local cloud services, data center, and digital innovation. Imagine a Nigeria where every business, school, and government agencies default to .ng. This will create a robust domestic market capable of sustaining homegrown technological advancement. Why this matters for economic growth? From our vantage point at MBS, the connection is evidence. Effective policy establishes trust and enables secure data exchange. Digital identity ensures individuals and businesses are visible and variable. Local domain and hosting retain infrastructure and economic value within the country. When these elements align, the results are transformative, faster and more reliable statistics, better targeted policies, reduced costs for businesses, and a digital economy where value is created and retained locally. This is how nations transition from consumers of technology to producers of innovation. A final word. Achieving digital independence is a collective responsibility. MBS cannot do it alone. We require collaboration with key stakeholders, NIDA in settling standards, NIMS in expanding identity coverage, NIRA in driving .ng domain, and the private sector in building scalable solutions. At MBS, we are committed to leading by example by improving the timeliness and quality of our data, leveraging local infrastructure, and strengthening the capacity of our ICT and statistical workforce. Nigeria digital independence will not be proclaimed overnight. It will be built line by line of code, record by record, and domain by domain. Let us work together to build it. Thank you, and I look forward to a productive engagement.
Please put your hands together for Grace Abolime. She just spoke for the DG of National Bureau of Statistics. You can see how these issues resonate from the point that was made by Dr. Olatunji to Dr. Kaka, from NIDA to the EVC NCC, and now to... So you can see that there's a stream of connection. And that's laying the template, really, for the fantastic work that the distinguished senator and the honorable member will do later. So I'm sure they appreciate the fact that this amendment had to come. And I will amend further, even though I know it is within the power of you, honorable, and the distinguished senator, to do legal amendments. But we are doing a symbolic amendment here. Just before you come, I will bring in Mrs. Odushote. Dr. Odushote, please put your hands together for Mrs. Odushote.
I'm still as young as I was 26 years ago when I last interacted with my brother Neve. You know, people could say that all protocols duly observed. For me, there are some protocols that I have to observe properly. The distinguished senator, for me, is the most distinguished senator. Senator Salisu Afolabi Shaibu. We have come a long way together. And I'm so glad that he's representing us very well in that National Assembly. We also have Honorable Stanley Olajide. Just having these two people in our midst is sufficient for all the expense and all the efforts in having Tech Convergence 3.0. Please join me and join the MC in putting a good round of applause for these two gentlemen that are here. Apart from them, of course, we have the members of the Board of Trustees, the Executive Board of Directors, members of NERA, and one particular gentleman is also here that I can't ignore, Engineer Adeolu Odushote. Please help me to welcome him too. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you all to NERA Tech Convergence 2026 with the most appropriate theme, strengthening Nigeria's digital independence, the role of policy, digital identity, and .ng for economic growth. Nigeria stands at a defining moment in its digital journey. Over the last decade, we have witnessed remarkable growth in internet access, digital payments, e-commerce, fintech innovation, content creation, and technology entrepreneurship. Because of time, I can't say too much about all this. Today, Nigeria is recognized as one of Africa's leading digital economies and innovation hubs. Yet, as we celebrate these achievements, we must ask ourselves an important question. Nigeria is online, but is Nigeria truly in control? In the digital age, connectivity alone is no longer enough. The nations that will lead tomorrow are not merely those that are connected to the internet. They are the nations that own their digital identity, secure their digital infrastructure, build trust in their online ecosystems, and create policies and legislations that support sustainable digital growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I will perceive that we are here for three main purposes. And the topmost in that is the growth of the .ng, growth of .ng domain. The .ng domain is therefore not merely a registry objective, it's a national economic objective. A stronger .ng ecosystem means greater digital visibility for Nigerian businesses, stronger local content development, enhanced trust online, and increased opportunities for innovation and job creation. However, achieving this vision requires collective action. It has been said severally here today. It requires collaboration between government, regulators, lawmakers, industry leaders, academia, the private sector, and the internet community. And of course, this is why we particularly welcome the presence of policymakers and legislators at this event. I have strong assurance that because of the kind of people that we have at the helm of affairs in the ICT sector in the National Assembly, that's the distinguished senator and the honorable member, there's assurance that we will push policy, we will push rules and regulations to ensure that many more Nigerians are on the .ng. And there's trust here. To make this happen, we have .ng has started a program, and we are going to witness the happenings here today, the .ng Ambassador Program. The .ng Ambassador Program is designed to create a network of advocates, champions, and influencers who will help drive awareness, adoption, and appreciation of Nigeria's digital identity. To know that our own ambassadors are people of strength, people of intentionality. Nowadays people say that if you want your content to gain attraction, infraction, that you are going to be paying influencers. You pay influencers, you pay people that you normally would not even want to have anything to do with. But these are influencers at top level. And these are people that are intentional about getting results. For the distinguished senator to have flown out of Lagos to Abuja this morning for this function, it shows a lot of intentionality. And we are sure we are going to get results. Please put your hands together properly. I really would appreciate that. So we recognize that the future growth of .ng cannot be achieved by NIRA alone. The .ng Ambassador Program provides an opportunity for stakeholders to actively participate in shaping and promoting Nigeria's digital future. So together, I encourage all participants at this program to engage actively. I said 3 things. The first is the growth of .ng. The second is the ambassadorial program that gives us influencers in the industry. And the third is just creating awareness, making sure that people even understand what .ng stands for and what it means to our ecosystem. So together, let us strengthen Nigeria's digital independence. Together, let us build trust in our digital future. Together, let us unlock the immense opportunities of the digital economy for the benefit of all Nigerians. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your commitment to Nigeria's digital future. I wish you a productive and impactful Tech Convergence 2026. Thank you, and God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. You can clap for Dr. Odushase. As young as she was 26 years ago when I met her. Keep clapping, please. Thank you. I take off from where she stopped when she made reference to the presence, the fact that honorable member and the senator had to leave other engagements and be here. And I remember Professor Paul Watzlawick, you know the concept of you cannot not communicate. That the fact that you are present in a place, you have already communicated. He disproved the idea that because you are at a forum and you did not speak, it means that you didn't say anything. Your presence is communicative action. So when Dr. Joshua made reference to not just presence, but the fact that we'll soon listen to the senator and the honorable member, I think that's a double portion for us. So let's put our hands together once more. I have Engineer Kunle Olorundare here, President of Internet Society. Please rise. I have Engineer Bayo Onimode, whom I met more than 20 years ago, perhaps when he was president of Nigerian Computer Society on his own campus. He's been involved as a stakeholder. I'm happy to see him. And the big fish, Basil Udotai. Who knows the name? Former legal advisor of NIDDA at the critical time when .ng was domesticated and when NIRA was formed. I repeat, advisor at NIDDA when NIRA was formed and when .ng was domesticated. Basil Udotai is here. You'll be hearing him later. He's putting historical context to our gathering here. So good to have you here. I have already announced you earlier. Don't worry, we'll come back to you. Welcome, sir. Welcome. So good to have you here. Honorable member, it's your turn. Please put your hands together for Honorable Olajide.
Very good morning to you all. It's so good to be here after our Salah, and I hope all of you enjoyed your Salah Ram very well. Well, let's go straight to business. I bring you warm greetings from the National Assembly and the Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. Let me stand on the existing protocol, and before I do so, I must acknowledge my brother, my friend, my partner, fellow politician, Senator Shuaib Salisu Afolabi. But let me say this, we are not your typical politician. We are also part of the ecosystem of IT practitioners in Nigeria. So let me read the speech prepared here, and then I will give you my own view as to how we can excel here. The chairperson of the Board of Trustees of NIRA, the president and members of the executive board, distinguished Senator Shuaib Salisu Afolabi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to join you today at the NIRA Tech Convergence 2026. I wish to sincerely commend the Nigerian Internet Registration Association, NIRA, for consistently providing a platform that brings together policymakers, regulators, industry leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and other stakeholders to discuss issues that are important to Nigerian digital future. The internet has become one of the most powerful tools for economic development, innovation, education, commerce, and social interaction. As a nation, we must continue to create opportunities for more Nigerians to participate meaningfully in the digital economy. Furthermore, in this regard, NIRA has continued to play an important role through its stewardship of the .ng domain and its efforts to promote Nigerian online presence and digital identity. I am particularly delighted by the introduction of the .ng Ambassador Program. It is an innovative initiative that recognizes the importance of building a community of advocates, and champions who can help drive awareness, adoption, and appreciation of Nigerian digital asset. The success of Nigerian economy will not depend on government alone. It will depend on the strong partnership among public institutions, the private sector, academia, civil society, and the technology community. Programs such as this help to foster the collaboration and shared sense of purpose. I therefore congratulate NERA for its vision, resilience, and commitment to the advancing of Nigerian digital ecosystem. I also commend all the stakeholders gathered here today for their contribution towards building a more innovative, inclusive, and prosperous digital future for our country. As we continue this conversation, let us remain focused on creating the opportunities for our young people, empowering our entrepreneurs, strengthening our institutions, and ensuring the technology continues to serve a force for national development. I wish you all productive and successful Tech Convergence 2026. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, that's the speech. Let me now touch a few areas of importance. We are about to build a digital economy in Nigeria. I remember in the mid-90s in the United States when we started the dot-com boom. Dot-com boom became a culture where there was a strip of area in Virginia that was created. They call it the corridor, technology corridor in around Reston, Virginia. I sold my house in New Jersey, moved to that corridor because I wanted to be part of that culture. It became a way of life. It became where people of like minds were living. It became something where we all dream and share the same vision. What did that create? Venture capital funds grew from about $8 billion to about $100 billion in a short 3 years period. Internet users grew from about 16 million to about 308 million in a span of 3 years. Employment grew drastically. I need no cajoling. MC, we need no cajoling. We are in this together. Whatever legislative support that is required, you can be rest assured that we will take it, evangelize it, and implement it. Because the moment you deliver it to us, it's no longer yours. It's something we will own, we will run with, and we'll make sure we deliver. In my closing, I also would like for us to not stop here. Engagement is equally very important. Any subcommittees, any engagements that require attention after today, gladly call us. We will be there. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
You can keep clapping as a matter. If you have to rise, please rise. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Distinguished Senator, it was good that we allowed these goodwill messages before you come on board. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we take the keynote speech from our keynote speaker, Distinguished Senator Tribe Afolabi. Please keep clapping until he gets here.
You know, if this gathering was 3 weeks ago, what I will be seeing will not be IT professionals and NERA people. I will be seeing delegates. But thank God I won the primaries. So, because when you see gathering like this, you say, well, these are delegates. They begin to think what you need to do to woo them. But luckily enough, that process was over about a week ago. And now I'm excited to be here. And incidentally, my brother has also won his own primary as well. It can't but do a bit of protocols. And this protocols is not just for recognition. Sometimes, for me, I use protocols to bring certain facts to life. Let me start by appreciating my brother, the chairman of House Committee on ICT and Cyber Security, a worthy partner, Honorable Stanley Adedeji Olajide. This is the first time we are coming back to Abuja after the primaries, and we called ourselves over the weekend and said, we must be physically present for this event. Thank you for making it. I recognize the chairperson of NERA board. It's important to listen to me, please. Some 30 years ago, what we are celebrating today, there was one soul, one woman, who was then the head of computer science department of Yaba College of Technology, who, despite the criticism, despite the misunderstanding and misinformation, she stood firm. She was the lone voice, lone administrator, lone Amazon of .ng. And that woman later became the permanent secretary. And today she's chairperson of our board, Mrs. Ibukunchoda. I must recognize you very sincerely. As at that time, very few people understood you. Indeed, even your colleagues in the industry. And I was then on the Council of Nigeria Computer Society. Very few people thought it was something personal. But today you could look back for your perseverance, for your tenacity, for your forbearance. And today we are celebrating not just NERA, it's also a celebration of one individual who stood firm when it mattered. I came particularly because of you, and I must say that very clearly. And I recognize your lovely husband, my brother, Pastor Adeolu Odushot, and I need to say this, they are my in-law, but if you want to find out that, go and check .ng domain. Another woman of substance here. Sometimes the best man for a job is a woman. It's also Mama Internet. Madam Mary, I don't know where you get your energy from. The last time we met, I think it was in Ethiopia or so. We were outside the country, and that's why we celebrated your 80th birthday. 70th birthday, and today you are here again, still bouncing. May God continue to strengthen you. All the heads of the agencies in the digital ecosystem, from Data Protection Commission, NCC, NIDA, Bureau of Statistics, and Internet Society, my brother, Internet Society. Bio Onimode, I must recognize you, the young Chagro. Bio was the former president of National Association of Computer Science Students. And today, you're a big man in your own regard. I was also once a president of NACOS, so it's something of joy to say that the student of those days have also become senators. Maybe you also become a senator, by God's grace. So people, sometimes I wonder how Kemabunta managed to sit down. Kemabunta was a master of microphone. We used to do this job together. Now you are benched. And then I could see the wonderful job that the MC is doing. I said, Kemabunta, see your left outside. Thank you so much. Kamabonta and Basil Dotard. The two of you, you know, hindsight is a 2020 vision. These two gentlemen were neither at the very most auspicious times. I did very good. On behalf of a very grateful nation, I say thank you to two of you. I must confess, sometimes we never saw eye to eye. At that point in time, we are at the two ends of the spectrum. We're in the industry, fighting as a looter. You are then in government. But now, having crossed over to this side now, and you have also crossed over to the other side, I think we have a better understanding of ourselves. I'm still waiting for the draft bill that we discussed the other time when we met at another function. Please bring it forward. We'll continue to push the frontiers of this industry. Let me use Mohammed Rudman. Where are you? Mohammed Rudman, he forgot where we met. I was there still in my private capacity as consultant to Kano State, helped to develop the ICT policy during the time of Governor Ibrahim Shakarau. That was when we met. You were doing ISP somewhere in Kano then, and I was a consultant many years back. I miss those days when with PowerPoint I could collect money from people, and they will gladly do so. Now, every money I collect, the people in my senatorial days, they are aware, and they are waiting to collect from me. Distinguished Nigerians, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm felicitations and goodwill of the Nigerian Senate, particularly the Nigerian Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity. And for me, it is indeed a pleasure to be here, not just as the chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT or even a senator. It's my pleasure to be here as an industry practitioner, having an opportunity to once again fraternize and share thoughts with those who have kept the flag flying in the industry. Last year, when this event was held, I was out of the country for another official event. I had to speak through virtual participation. I therefore didn't want this year's edition to pass by without me being physically present, and I'm extremely delighted that I'm able to be here with you, particularly at a time when the conversation is strengthening Nigerian digital independence, the role of policy, digital identity, and NG for economic growth. This theme is apt, and it couldn't have come at a better time. At a time when the National Digital Economy and E-Government Bill is at its final stage in the National Assembly. At a time we are taking a fresh look at Nigerian cybercrime and cybersecurity law to reflect the current amendments of the United Nations Convention on Cybercrimes. It couldn't have come at a time when the renewed hope agenda of the current government is to ensure that the digital economy contributes about significantly to the $1 trillion economy that the federal government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is pursuing. And for us, if you do not understand what digital independence is, I'll give you 3 examples. Number one that you are familiar with. Why was it that United States of America will take the pain to take interest in TikTok, an application that is only meant for those amateurs who want to create some music and videos? Why would they be bothered about an application that was developed in China and has had subscription of over 800 million people? They're only concerned because they do know that the TikTok will influence the election, TikTok will influence the societal orientation, and TikTok will have the data of their people, not just residents in America, but also taking over to China. Some of you will recollect that during COVID, a contact tracing system was developed. But then Apple and Google will not load that contact tracing system developed in Europe on their platforms because they didn't conform with certain standards that Apple and Google wanted. So Apple and Google wanted to determine for Europe what data they can collect about their citizens and how that other tracing could be done. Yet another example Why would there be war, tech war between US and China on who are we supply of active communication devices to be deployed in America? We may not be having those conversations here, but those conversations are the very important conversations that we need to have. Yes, we have National Data Protection Commission law. And by the way, they are doing a fantastic job. But do you know that California has a law that any data resident in their jurisdiction is subject to their review? Meaning that all of your data, once those data are stored in their cloud, in their jurisdiction, whether those data relate to Nigerian citizens, they become subject of authority of the Californian system. Little wonder US does not have a similar law as we have in terms of National Data Protection Commission. So these are the issues that raise important concerns for us. For those of you who have been following Israeli-Lebanon war, you are aware that sometimes Israel doesn't have to go physically to Lebanon to bomb their supposed enemies. Only by the use that you are connected through a phone. They know your location, they know where you are, and they can therefore decide to send bombs across to you. How many of us, even including policymakers, our data are on Gmail, our data are on Yahoo, our data and all of those free applications. We may have the Navy to protect our marine borders. We may have our soldiers to protect our physical territorial integrity. Our Air Force may be hovering in the air to protect our air space. But guess what? Your data somewhere is in China. Your phones that you are running is manufactured in somewhere in Shanghai. And then operating system is coming from Apple in US. And then you have Android and Samsung coming from South Korea. We are vulnerable as a people. And that's why this conversation is extremely very important to us. And one area we can actually take very good control is the .ng, because this is our address. No one can live in Nigeria, physically in Nigeria, and give his contact address, has been in Ghana, has been in France. You give an address that can be traced in Nigeria here. Why would that be different for the .ng domain? I therefore must use this opportunity to congratulate my brother, the leader of the NERA team, Adeshola Akesoya, and the wonderful lady, Onosoya, for the wonderful job you are doing to have taken the NERA from where you have inherited it to where it is now. There should be no organization in Africa that should have more top-level domain than Nigeria. Our population commands that. No, not even South Africa, not even Kenya, not even Egypt, because these are countries that their population combined together may not even be anywhere close to Nigerian population. We are a country that the number of students who take JAMB every year, over 2 million Nigerian students, candidates take JAMB every year. They are more than the population of the Gambia. Therefore, it is important for us to recognize that what we are talking about here is beyond national identity. It's about national security. It's about digital sovereignty. It's about the sovereignty of our country. It's about the independence that we won in 1960. But that independence is being eroded in the digital space. And whereas the physicality of our territory is still important, the digital space is even more important. On this note, therefore, I'd like to suggest 3 things that we need to do to NERA. Number one, we need to deepen our collaboration. So just imagine that NERA has a conversation with JAMB and say these 2.5 million candidates who take JAMB every year, they must have a .ng email as part of the profile that they register with JAMB. So just imagine that every year, 2 million young people. They are young, they keep the domain, and they are likely to keep the domain for many more years. Just imagine that, let me even be a bit comical. Just imagine that all the candidates that will emerge for our elections this year as candidates of their respective political parties. Just imagine that we have a program for them. That all our candidates, we have people can develop a domain name for you, a website for you, but that website will be stanleyoladeji.ng. Just imagine that we get all of those people to be on .ng domain. Just imagine for a moment that we also speak to the Minister of Education to say we are building a national repository of our education system, and we are having millions of our students who are going to be on that database. Just imagine that we have a program, some rebate for students in our tertiary institution to have a .ng domain for them as part of their enrollment into the education database. So just imagine as well that we speak to the student education loan fund and say for every applicant, any student wants to apply for loan, we don't want a Yahoo, we don't want a Gmail, it has to be a .ng. This will deepen the adoption of NG system, and we need to talk to CAC for corporate organization. We need to talk to SMIDAN as part of the effort to develop small and medium-scale enterprises. Whatever intervention you are giving to them, that intervention should also include a .ng and a website for them to grow. So the first thing I believe we need to do is to deepen our collaboration. And I'm happy NIDA is here. NIDA has a 30 minutes program on television every week. NIDA, I hope you are listening to me. Dr. Kaka, your file will be delayed now. NIDA has a program on TV every week. Suppose we have a program within a 5 minutes window on that program to talk about .ng domain. How about having competition among our students, among young people to talk about .ng and its impact for national security? How about our legislators, including myself, as part of my own empowerment? I do not give out Okada. I do not give Kekemaru out. I am focused on technology. As at the last count, I have given out over 2,000 laptops to my constituents, to the youth in my constituents. And I don't dare give them just this laptop. I train them for 2 weeks before giving them the laptops. It just occurred to me now that part of the package I should do for the next edition is that I'm giving them a laptop. I should also encourage them to register for .ng so that it becomes part of things that we need. So the first thing for me is we need to deepen the collaboration, and we need to also be a bit creative in how we go about it. It is my hope that we can take stock of the number of people that are .ng now and to set a target that by the time we meet next year, we will have been able to up the number by a certain percentage that we can target. The number 2 thing for me that I believe we need to do, we need to align .ng registration with the national priorities. The MC said something very beautiful the other time, that by not using .ng, we are losing so much millions of dollars every year. This will be sweet music to the ears of the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. This will be sweet music to the President of the country. Suppose we get the Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, and we make it as a point of duty that all members of the Federal Executive Council should have a .ng domain. Suppose we make it very clear to them and say, for every 1 million .ng domain that we add to the list, this is the amount of money that will come. Suppose we are able to address the Nigerian Governors Forum and let them know that by the time, the more .ng domain that we have, the more our economy will grow and the more allocation that will go out to the state. So the number 2 thing we need to do is to align this .ng domain with our national priorities. And those national priorities is not just about economy. Suppose we also have an engagement with the Office of National Security Advisor to say in our bid to fight cybercrime, we need to know the addresses, not just the physical address, but the .ng domain registration of companies and of individuals. The third and the final one, after deepening awareness, after the alignment of .ng with national priorities, the third and the final one for me, and I now speak now as the chairman of West African Parliamentarians Network on Internet Governance. The third and the final one for me is that we need to reach out to other African countries. As you are aware, the IP address block meant for Africa, some of these IP addresses have found their ways into China, into some other countries. What that means is that when some people commit fraud with those IP addresses, they are attributed to us in Africa. They are attributed to us in Nigeria. NIRA must provide the leadership to similar organizations in Africa. We must go and meet the global body for NIRA and ensure that we retrieve the IP blocks that were meant for Africa but have found their ways into other countries. And those IP addresses have been issued as if they are coming from Africa. We cannot have our IP addresses in other continents except Africa, because it is not only hemorrhaging, it is also a form of colonialism. Our independence as a continent cannot be fully guaranteed if the IP address, the block of IP addresses that have been allocated to Africa are finding themselves in other continents and they are committing crimes. They are using them as if they have come from Africa. On a closing note, let me again reiterate the commitment that my brother has made. We will be waiting honestly to see a draft bill, a legislative intervention that will come from this communique. We have done a lot of talking since morning, and those talks are well delivered. We now need to move from well said to well done. And part of moving from well said to well done is to come with a draft legislation of what you think you require from us. And two of us will have sufficient clout. After all, we are the first IT professional to chair this committee in our chambers. And by the grace of God, they do listen to us. They listen to us because they know that we know exactly what we are talking about. So we would like to see some draft legislation of what you would like to see to drive the policy, to drive the legislation, to ensure that the .ng domain is fully integrated into our system. Part of that as well, when we are living here, I would also like to see, as part of our communique, what are the 3, 4, 5 measurable goals that when we are meeting next year, we can say as a result of the third edition of this program, this is what we agree, and this is how far we have gone. Let me sound a note of warning. This current legislation, the 10th Assembly, we have just about 1 year left. And in that 1 year as well, we'll also be fighting for our own shirts. We'll be fighting for our own return ticket and re-election. So whatever we need to do, let's make it pretty fast. Campaign fully will start around August and September. And in between that time as well, we're going to go on research. So whatever we need to do, let's do it quickly now. Luckily enough, by the grace of God, some of us are likely to return back into the National Assembly. And by the grace of God, we're likely to chair this committee and similar committee to ensure that we continue this crusade. But we want to actually see how much we can do in the next few weeks before the National Assembly goes on recess. It is our commitment that the National Digital Economy and E-Government Bill will be signed into law by the President. That's our commitment. And we're also hoping that when we resume from recess, the new National Cyber Crime and Cyber Security Bill will also be signed into law. What we would like to see is to see a similar bill that the NERA will be promoting, and you're going to find us as worthy partners Last but not the least, I will be available, and I'm sure my brother will also be available to pay courtesy visit to any of the agencies that you think you need to engage to provide listening ears. If you want to go to CAC, I'll be ready to follow you to CAC. You want to go to Bureau of Public Procurement to make .ng as a requirement, I'll be prepared to follow you. If you want us to go to DG NIMC, National Identity Management Commission, to say the identity is not complete without a .ng email, I'll be there to follow you to DG NIMC. If you want to go to even NITDA, to say NITDA, as part of the requirements for government procurement for contractors to get government projects, they must have a .ng. I know you have started that. We want to strengthen that as well. I will also follow you to NIDA. And I'm sure when they receive me in NIDA, they know the implication of that. So on this note again, let me conclude this way. And I'd like to say this usually as my final conclusion. Now and then, we think our country has not done so much. We think our country has not achieved so much. I am in position to tell you that our glass as a country is half full, not half empty. Our Data Protection Commission is less than 3 years. But guess what? The Data Protection Commission from South Africa, from Kenya, from Egypt, from Mozambique, from Ghana, from Liberia, they are always coming here to understudy what we have done in 3 years. We are a great nation. The same thing as speak about NIRA. I have also gone to other countries. I have seen what they have done. Yes, we may be critical of our country. Yes, we want to see something better done. But the truth of the matter, we are not only giant of Africa in name. We are the custodians of African digital conscience. We are Nigeria. We are not only Nigeria. One NIRA is done. I have been, in my private life, I've been a consultant to JAM. I developed the application that they're using, the Central Admission Processing System. This same JAM that we are not celebrating enough. This same country that we talk down about ourselves. Do you know that South Africa didn't start CBT until COVID? Do you know that it was the old equipment that JAM was using for OCR that was donated to Uganda? And 3 weeks ago, we had the policy meeting to fix the cutoff marks for admission into tertiary institutions this year. 3 African countries were here to study JAM and request. God bless you and God bless Federal Republic.
Keep clapping, please. Just keep clapping. Thank you, sir. Thank you, distinguished senator. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you so much, distinguished senator. We will run quickly on the other programs. I want to thank you so much. Now, I understand when Honorable Olajide told me that I was talking to the converted. So it's, the thing came home clearly. And then I invite us to please give him another applause. I think for those who have been following the conversations in the political space, you know who to reach out to in Ogun concerning Senator Afolabi. You know who to reach out to in Oyo concerning Honorable Olajide, so that people can tie their votes to programs. We have an agenda already. Give them an applause again. Thank you so much for your kind words concerning Mr. Kema Bonta. I fly on his wings before he left. Please put your hands together once again. Yes, they should clap for you. Thank you. We have Mrs. Mata Alade here, Executive Director of Women in Technology in Nigeria. And we have quite a number of people, including Mr. Tony Emokwere, who is the president of Association of Telecommunication Companies of Nigeria. We will move with speed and precision because we have to allow our representatives to go into our plenary and do their work. At this point, we are moving into a very short phase that will be moderated by Mr. Seun Kehinde, who is the chairman of the Dotenji Academy and a member of the executive board of NERA. Please put your hands together for him. In just about 10 minutes, he will just do something very historic and symbolic, and then we take it from there and listen to other papers to enrich our conversation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So, standing on all existing protocols, distinguished guests, esteemed stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, every nation possesses symbols that define its identity, its aspiration, and its place in the world. For some nations, these symbols are found in monuments, natural resources, or economic power. In today's digital age, however, a nation's identity is increasingly reflected in its presence online. For Nigeria, that identity is proudly represented by the .ng. The .ng domain is more than a web address. It's Nigeria's digital home. It is a symbol of our sovereignty in cyberspace, our growing digital economy, our innovation ecosystem, and our collective ambition to build a prosperous digital future. It is also our national digital identity. As Nigeria continues its remarkable journey towards becoming one of the world's leading digital economies, there is an increasing need for champions who will advocate for indigenous digital infrastructure, promote digital trust, encourage local innovation, and inspire Nigerians to proudly own their digital identity. So in recognition of this need that the Nigerian Internet Registration Association, NIRA, is pleased to introduce the .ng Ambassador Program. The program seeks to create a distinguished network of leaders, policymakers, innovators, entrepreneurs, educators, and influencers who will promote awareness, adoption, and advocacy for Nigeria's digital identity all through the .ng domain. The .ng Ambassador Program is founded on a simple but powerful belief that the growth of Nigeria's digital future cannot be achieved by institutions alone. It requires committed individuals who use their influence, leadership, and platforms to inspire change and champion progress. The program will comprise several categories of ambassadors, including the .ng National Ambassador, the .ng Executive Ambassador, the .ng Social Ambassadors, and the .ng Student Ambassadors. In due course, this program will also extend beyond our borders through a global network of .ng diaspora ambassadors who will promote Nigeria's digital identity internationally. Today, we inaugurate the highest category of this program, the .ng National Ambassador Recognition. This honor is reserved for distinguished leaders whose contribution to national development, technology advancement, legislation, and public service have helped shape Nigeria's digital future and whose influence can further advance the cause of Nigeria's digital identity. By conferring this recognition, NIRA is not merely celebrating achievements, we are inviting partnership. We are recognizing champions who will stand with us in promoting Nigeria's digital presence, supporting innovation, advancing digital inclusion, and accelerating the adoption of the .ng as a preferred digital brand for Nigerians. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome visionary leadership, national service, and commitment to Nigeria's digital future through the conferment of the inaugural.ng ambassador recognition. So it is my honor to call to the stage to present this recognition, the BOT, the chair of the BOT, and the members of the BOT. Please, a round of applause, please. Yes, ma'am. No, I think on top. Yes, ma'am. The president and the executive board of directors. Please come on stage, please. Please, a round of applause for the EBOD. Thank you.
Please a round of applause for our chair, the chairman Tech Convergence 3.0, Mr. Sheon Kehinde. Please let's a round of applause for him. Let's appreciate him. So it's on this honor that I'm inviting the chairperson of NERA, Dr. Mrs. Bukodu Shote, to come and do the honors here, to invite our distinguished ambassadors for recognition. You're welcome here, man. Thank you, man.
Okay. I have this singular honor to invite for decoration as .ng National Ambassador, Honorable Stanley Olajide. I'm sure we said that we don't need to preach to the converted. We have people that are more interested in what we are doing than ourselves, and they are ready to push it to whatever level that is required. So we just want to maybe give the mic to Sheon while we do the decoration.
Okay. Please, a round of applause, please. A round of applause for the NERA's newest ambassador, national ambassador. Congratulations, sir.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Stanley Adedeji Olajide, I here present this certificate and the plaque. Thank you. The second person, this prospective in-law. Some of you need to know what is behind this story, but it's not for this platform. It's going to cost quite a lot to get to that level. I want to invite the most distinguished senator that I know in this nation, distinguished Senator Salisu Afolabi. If you know what we are talking about, you clap very well. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, distinguished Senator Salisu, I here present this certificate. It's like a certificate of return, so I hope you understand it. We are doing it.
I did it.
A time will come that we will do this. The writings will be different, but it will carry out what we want it to do. If you are in favor, say aye. The ayes have it. And we present the plaque.
A round of applause, please.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
All right, thank you very much. I crave the indulgence of the President of NERA to please stay behind. Senator Salisu, please stay behind. Chairperson, Board of Trustee, please stay behind. We're going to take some set of photo graph now. Honorable, please stay behind. Mr. Shonkende, please, I need your attention. Mrs. Iduma, please join this picture. Okay, why I excused Mr. Shonkainde, I called the Chief Operating Officers to join this picture. No, it's fine. Yeah. I call on the Board of Trustee, members of Board of Trustee to join this picture. Okay, while I excuse the Board of Trustee, I invite the Executive Board of Directors to join this picture. All right, thank you, and thank you very much. A round of applause for everyone, please. Yeah, we'll be taking acceptance speech from the Honorable and the Senator, but we'll take the Honorable Oladeji first. While
Wow. Again, good afternoon again. Standing already established protocol, let me say I'm truly delighted, honored to receive the recognition of the .ng National Ambassador. And I sincerely thank the Nigeria Internet Registration Association for this humble privilege. This recognition is inspiring because it speaks to the cause that is of great importance to our nation: the development of a strong, secure, and global competitive digital economy. As technology continues to transform how we live, work, govern, and do business, it is increasingly important that Nigeria strengthen its digital identity and promote indigenous digital infrastructure that supports innovation and economic growth. Let me say this. My profound gratitude goes to all of you who put this together, the President and your team. We will not take this for granted. We'll continue to walk this course, and together we'll get to the final destination. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
My acceptance speech will be in form of a motion. Whereas the Nigerian Internet Registration Association has found my colleague and myself worthy of being decorated as ambassadors. Whereas we have humbly and gratefully accepted these positions. And whereas we recognize that this investiture is a challenge to do more, whereas we recognize as well as ambassadors, we must be worthy examples of what NERA objectives and goals are. Whereas we are being inducted because there are expectations that we go forth from here and become ambassadors, apostles, and evangelists. Whereas our hearts are full of gratitude for the wonderful job that we have done. And whereas my brother has moved a very powerful appreciation motion, I, Ambassador Senator Shoaib Afolabi Salisu, hereby second the appreciation motion. I so second. God bless you and God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Yeah. Please keep clapping for our legislators. Keep clapping. So it's my honor and privilege to invite Mr. Destiny Amana, who is going to moderate the first panel session, to come over. Mr. Amana, please. Mr. Destiny Amana, CEO, High School Contracts Limited. Please keep clapping for Destiny Amana. Keep clapping. First panel session, keep clapping. Gentlemen and ladies, we are starting. We've had such a fantastic session earlier, and we just need to deepen our conversation and see how we can enrich the quality of our being here and then take more away from here. So the first panel session is going to be moderated by Mr. Destiny Amana, who is the CEO of High School Contract Limited. And I invite you to please listen as he invites the people who are going to be on the panel. We are going to keep to time to ensure that we are able to cover everything that we have set out to do today. Please don't leave the hall. Get your notes and papers and a pen so that you can note things down. It's a process, it's a movement. And so whatever we discuss in this session will also move into the next and then be able to enrich while we are here. Thank you. Thank you. The next voice to hear is Mr. Destiny Amana's voice. Thank you. Please clap for him.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on existing protocols. I will try and make this as quick and brief as possible. Our panel today has a topic called Unlocking Nigeria's Digital Economy Through Identity, Infrastructure, and, of course, .ng. Our panelists are Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju, the Chief Executive Officer of Galaxy Backbone. Is he here? His representative is here. Round of applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. Take the first one, yeah. Mr. Debi Oladipo. He's the Vice Chair of ICANN. CCNSO. Welcome, sir. Mrs. Martha Alade. Hello. Long time no see. Executive Director of Women in Tech in Nigeria. I don't hear the women clapping. That's it. Mrs. Shea Onosonya, COO of NIRA, the hardest working COO in Nigeria at the moment. Nicely gender balanced panel. Don't you agree? Give them all a round of applause again, please. And myself, I am Destiny Amana. I'm the moderator of this panel. If you open to page 26 of the program, so that I don't have to read through the whole thing, it talks about what this panel is going to be about. And so with what to expect and the practical insights for the audience, it gives a little background on our panelists. I will read through for each of them. Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju is a respected scholar and technology visionary, currently serving as the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Galaxy Backbone Limited. He's a recognized voice in engineering-driven digital transformation with over 2 decades of experience in intelligent systems, AI, machine learning, and digital infrastructure. He holds a first class in computer engineering and MSc and PhD degrees in computing from Robert Gordon University in the UK with a doctoral research focused on AI, machine learning and natural language processing. He also completed a prestigious postdoctoral fellowship and a fellowship at MIT. He was doing AI before AI became a thing, so that means he's very good at AI. Mr. B has a solid track record in delivering successful intervention projects across various industry segments, bringing value to organizations for almost 3 decades. Trained as a systems and network analyst, B has developed skills in business transformation using technology as a basis for corporate development and has been involved in several business transformation projects over the years. He brings unique insights into problem-solving organizations. He's a holder of an MBA from the prestigious Lagos Business School of the Pan-African University in Nigeria. He has a master's in information science from the Africa Regional Center for Information Science, University of Ibadan, as well as a Bachelor of Science degree with distinction from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and is currently a PhD candidate at the Université Gaston Berger, Saint Louis, Senegal. Was my French accent okay? Okay. He was recently appointed by the Country Code Name Support Organization, CCNSO of ICANN, as one of its liaisons to the generic top-level domain name support organization of ICANN in May 2018. Currently is the vice chair. Now the ladies, I should have gone with the ladies first, but the book did it the wrong way around. I do apologize to the ladies on the panel. I was brought up to be a gentleman, and ladies were supposed to go first. I will talk about Martha. Mrs. Martha Alade is a computer engineer, AI strategist, and founder of Women in Technology in Nigeria. For over 2 decades, she has championed pathways for women and girls to access meaningful opportunities in technology, leadership, and innovation. She has supported millions of young women and educators across underserved communities by opening doors to networks, scholarships, mentorship, policy spaces, and global platforms where their voices matter. Martha is deeply committed to helping younger women navigate career realities with confidence, resilience, and authenticity. Her work focuses on ensuring emerging technologies and digital ecosystems create real economic and leadership opportunities for women. She's opening the doors for you ladies out there, women in tech. Let's talk about our COO, the hardest working COO in Nigeria today. Seyi Onasoyo is a transformational executive and tech advocate with over 20 years of leadership experience driving digital innovation, organizational experience, and strategic transformation across Africa and beyond. As COO of NIRA, she leads strategic operations and advances Nigeria's internet and digital ecosystem through innovation, governance, and stakeholder collaboration. She has held senior leadership and director roles at PricewaterhouseCoopers, FITC, SNIVA, Global Associates, and top Nigerian banks, leading major transformational initiatives across finance, energy, aviation, real estate, and the public sector. A recognized authority in corporate governance and leadership development, Seyi has worked with institutions such as the World Bank, DFID, and Nigeria's Ministry of Finance to shape national reforms, including AMCON, MTSS, and Lagos State Transformation Strategy, amongst others. A first-class graduate, Seyi holds executive certifications from MIT Sloan and the University of Cambridge, and is a fellow of CIPM, SPHR USA, as well as ICF and the Institute of Directors member. She is passionate about innovation, leadership, and empowering Africa's next generation. And of course, myself, Destiny Amana. I've been in IT for about 20 years. I'm a graduate of the College London. I did material science and engineering, but I spent most of my time in the IT room programming. So I moved over to do a computer science degree, master's at the University of Bath. And when I finished, I thought, what better way to give back to my country than to come and start registering .NGs. I started a business called High School Contracts, moved back to Nigeria, and became one of the pioneer .NG registrars. High School Contracts is the company I run, and it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. Let's move straight into our, thank you very much, thank you. Let me have a seat here. We all got microphones. So, we've done our introductions. We know what the panel is about, but let me just summarize it again. This panel is about how Nigeria moves from digital activity to digital prosperity. We already have millions of people online But the real question is whether our identity systems, our infrastructure, our cybersecurity, our local platforms, and the .ng ecosystem can create jobs, really important, trust, innovation, and national value. I'll start with Mr. B. How do we make .ng more than a domain name and turn it into a foundation for digital trust, local content, and Nigerian innovation?
Okay, thank you, and good day, everyone. It's a very big pleasure to be here today. I think it starts from the way that you view the resource that we have. If I have only one message to talk to us about today, or to give here today, it will be that whatever it is that we talk about as far as digital prosperity, trust, and all of that is concerned, it doesn't come from technology alone. It's the view that we have for everything. It comes from owning that critical idea, the digital idea, that this resource can do more for us than just looking at it as a technology infrastructure. So it has to do with infrastructure, it has to do with the trust, it has to do with how we approach what we have. I'd like to begin by, first of all, challenging the misconception that we have. Most of the time when we talk about owning digital identity, owning the .ng and all of that, the first thing that comes to your mind is IT. It's a lot beyond that. It's an identity. It's something that we should own. It's like you're carrying your ID card and you're going somewhere and introducing yourself as this. Imagine if all the organizations in Nigeria have a .ng domain. You can imagine the kind of cumulative capital that it will give us in terms of how people view us and how people see us as a people and as a nation.
So we should have a sort of a policy in the country.
Well, policies, yes. Policies are important. They're very important. We had the keynote. We had all the goodwill messages that we had here today. That, yes, policy, that's number one. But much more than policy is the acceptance.
Trust.
Trust coming from the acceptance that this is us. This is our own. This is something that we own. It's not just, they said, if we leave it at a level of policy, it's going to be, they said that we should have it. So for us to be able to get it, to get this other thing, so for a student to be able to go to school and write JAMB, you must have a .ng name. For you to be able to get government contract, you must have a .ng name. But when the acceptance is there, it now becomes you driving the fact that I own it. So it's an ownership thing. So it has to come first from us telling ourselves that this is ours. We need to rally around the identity, and then rallying around the identity and accepting it now helps us to determine all the other things. So trust naturally comes from there, from that ownership. The trust comes when one person trusts it, another person trusts it, it now becomes something else. The conversation around how the growth of the .com came was a few people adopted, and then everybody just felt that's the way to go.
So who should own that responsibility?
All of us, not just one person. The government has its own role in terms of the policies. The tech community has its role.
For example, I'm sure we have quite a number of people here who are developers or who are website builders, who are webmasters sitting in this room. If your client comes to you and says, oh, I want to register a domain, which is the first name that comes to mind?
.com.
.com. No, let's deceive ourselves. Which is the first name that comes to mind? It's .com. Okay, but if we tweak that a bit, and I'll tell us something. Last week I was in a meeting, and a gentleman told, oh, yes, you're on the board of trustees of NIRA now. I said, yes. I have a problem with my domain name, and I need to take ownership of it. I said, okay, send me the name. I'll find out who the registrar is, and then we can see how we approach the guy to give you access to controlling it. Only for the guy to send the name, and I saw that it was a name ng.com.
Yes.
So yes. So it's like, so beng.com. So I told him, I said, beng.com is not your name. Your name should be be.com.ng or be.ng. That shows the authenticity and the ownership of that name. When I had that conversation with him, the guy has gone ahead to register both the .com.ng of that name and the .ng of that name. But the important thing is this. He said we didn't know. It was just a gentleman that we brought in to register for us. So if we're sitting in this room and we're people who have that level of people who commit those kind of things to you, because your domain name is actually a brand. It's you.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you have someone in the room who has the authority that you have trusted to register it, that person should also have the ownership to say, oh, let's register.ng. The truth is this, if we don't, and I keep saying this every time I have the opportunity to, that if we don't project ourselves, nobody is going to project it for us. And don't forget, it's an economic thing. Once we lose the money, it's somebody else's gain. We got the stat today. I think it was the MC that mentioned it, that every year, as far as the digital ecosystem is concerned, Nigeria loses $850 million US dollars. I bet carry calculator, calculate it. So he gives you the idea of how much money flies out of the window.
Right. So we need to trust the infrastructure well.
We need to trust the name. We need to trust the brand. We need to trust the infrastructure, and then it gives us that identity for us to move on with.
So to our Galaxy Backbone CEO standing, sorry, so could you introduce yourself again, please? I didn't have your name at the beginning.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Musa Salami. I am the head of project implementation and delivery for Galaxy. But sitting here today, I'm representing Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju. So I'm not a professor. So you just have to bear with me and make do with what I can do at my own level.
No problem, sir.
So
what must Nigeria do to treat digital infrastructure as a national infrastructure?
Okay, I will go to, infrastructure is just the foundation for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Service rides on those infrastructure. Even if you build the best infrastructure without those services running on it, it's useless. Or at maximum level, just give you minimal impact. So the first thing I think we need to do is to be intentional in everything. .ng is that need to be trusted, must go through acceptability. Let me use this analogy. I think it was in 1972. The Americans were smart enough. They made sure the dollar was globally accepted as mode of transfer of wealth and things like that. And today we all can see every currency in the world is measured against US dollars. Acceptability. Even when you hold $100 in your pocket and you have 10 million naira in your pockets. I know there is one, you value one man, the other. I'm not in any way running down any currency. But what I'm talking about is the intentionality behind the acceptability of the dollar. So, which has led, once it is accepted, then the trust start coming in. So, we need to be intentional. And how? Government have a role to play. The tech industry need to have a role to play. So, as Galaxy, we are the provider of shared infrastructure where the .ng and other services run. So, basically, our own is once the environment is enabling through the right policy and framework, awareness creation, capacity building, and everything, then right investment on infrastructure, then voila, .ng will be accepted. So the most important thing is the intentionality behind it. Everybody has to play their role and need to pay it sincerely.
But for the youths out here, how does what you said create jobs? How does it answer for them getting that bowl of rice every day?
I will say this. You know, for some of us have been around for quite some time. I know some years back, 20 years ago, we know the number of people that were in the, in fact, if you want to print letter, it is typewriter that we use to type it. And then at a point we thought, millennium bug. The typist thought computer was coming to take their job. But guess what? Computer didn't come to take the job of the typewriters. It is the people with the knowledge of computer that actually took the job of the typewriters. Typewriters that try to fight the disruptive innovation. So what I'm saying in essence is that as more of those technology are evolving, because for instance, .ng will get to a stage where, you know, it goes with our identity and everything. So definitely there will be need for skills that will manage .ng and other services that comes on board. So definitely our youngsters will definitely get job. And they will put rice on their table based on your question.
Very good, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Martha, we want the women to be the 50% of the people coming to get these jobs. How do we ensure women are not just users of the digital economy, but they are builders and decision makers?
Thank you very much. I think one of the challenge and the problem that has made this inclusion thing a subject that is giving us concern is not about absence of policies, but more of implementation and strategy in terms of how the policies are, adopted and implemented. So over the years, I have seen wonderful initiatives that have been run, across the nation, even in Africa, that failed because they ignored the gaps. So instead of them, actually empowering people, they further excluded people. So in terms of digital identity, we must ensure that the systems account for women who do not have formal, they are not formally integrated to the ecosystem, especially those women in the rural and underserved communities. In Africa, over 70% of women and girls reside in rural and underserved communities. And in Nigeria, the latest data by NIMSI shows that out of the 127 people who have registered NINs, we have 15 million less women. Between men and women, if you compare them, women are short in number by 15 million. That figure alone is more than the population of over 100 countries in the world.
Yes.
So you can imagine the huge loss that we are having as a nation when 15 million women do not have NINs.
But how do we bridge that gap?
Yes, they are excluded from, the digital economy. So how we can bridge the gap is to ensure that our policies, especially the digital identity policies, are flexible when it comes to verification pathways.
Right.
A lot of the verification requirements, these women do not have it. So instead of using one size fits all, which definitely does not exist, the policies should create a tiered system where we step down a bit for women who do not have some of the biometric details or some of the digital identity details needed. So there's need for that decentralization and decentralization of digital identity system. And then policies should make room for offline options too, especially for very rural areas. Then, of course,
that still comes back to infrastructure and getting the infrastructure out there.
Yes, for the infrastructure. Then also, while we are investing in infrastructure, last mile connectivity programs should prioritize these areas where we have more women and girls who are excluded. And then we have a lot of people, a lot of organizations that are, having programs. International organizations are coming. I have not seen a lot of them investing in smartphone initiatives for women in the very marginalized communities. So that's another area they should look at, because to be honest, if anyone doesn't understand the value that the .ng ecosystem brings, or the value of being online brings, that trust will not be there. So they should be able to see that this is the value it will create for me, and I'm safe when I enter into the ecosystem, and then they can easily key in. So those are some of the ways. Then, you talked about, in terms of adoption and acceptance, I believe that, and I'm happy to hear about the initiatives that the ambassador program, the initiatives that, NIRA is planning. But yes. I think that more should be done for very rural areas. And I believe that NIRA can work more with community-inclined organizations that reach these people in mass to incorporate it into their programs. For example, I just thought of it during this program that, for Wheaton, we are targeting like 100,000 women in very rural areas by 2030. So after this program, I'm going to meet up with NIRA to say, our digital literacy program, we want to include .ng as part of it to encourage these women to come online. So those are some of the initiatives that can help.
It's great, it's great. So it looks like we're going to have loads of women in tech, women with their own businesses. Nigerian businesses still choosing foreign domains though, COO. What must change for .ng to become a business advantage?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Nigerian businesses still using the global domains as against using .ng. Now, one of the things we need to realize is that the use of .ng is not just a technical issue. The use of .ng is a national advantage. It's one that gives Nigeria the competitive advantage over other countries. Now, the limitations that we have in the use of .ng, while other people use .ng, I would like us to look at it in different ways. One is the issue of perception. One is also awareness. One is also the policy side as well. Now, the issue of awareness, a lot of people, historically, when .com started some 20 years ago in Nigeria, that's 20 years ago.
Bring the mic closer so that your voice, bring the mic closer.
Yes, when .com started, that was like the default domain which everybody migrated to. So by the time Nigeria was delegated .ng, people still carry that, thinking, global domain is better than .ng. If I'm on .ng, I'm not visible online. My business may not get the kind of visibility that can actually attract the kind of market that you want, whether in Nigeria or globally.
So there's a lot more ignorance.
there is a lot more ignorance. And that's also a perception issue as well.
Right.
Now, on the policy side, there is need for a lot of coordinated policies that we need at a strategic level. I know that has been talked about this morning. Of course, the senator has talked about a lot of initiatives that needs to be done. Again, those initiatives thrive on policies, they thrive on legislation. And so it's important that at a more strategic level, national level, there is a concerted effort to ensure that policies that drive .ng, that drive the adoption of .ng by Nigerians, by Nigerian businesses, they are given the attention that it's needed. Recently, another issue is that people think .ng is not secured. When I'm on .com is more secured, than .ng. But guess what? Recently, NIRA implemented the DNSSEC. And what that means is that it's an additional security layer for the DNS. So the security of .ng is even stronger now than before.
I can believe it.
What it means is that when it comes to cyber vulnerabilities and cyber threats, those who use .ng are protected from all of those to a large extent. So policy is extremely important. Now, I want us to look at some statistics. For example, if you look at countries like China, they have almost 60 million of their citizens using their country code third level domain, which is .cn. Why is that possible compared to their population? But guess what, in Nigeria? We are more than 230, if I want to be conservative, 230 million, though there are different data sources, 250, 230, but let me be conservative. Do you know how many domains that we have? How many domains that NIRA has that have been registered by Nigerians? They are just slightly above 235,000. And yet we have 240 or 30 million people compared to China. What is it that countries like China and the UK, what is it that their government, what did they do? They implemented policies to drive the adoption of their country code top level domain.
Right.
Because when there's high adoption of the country code top level domain, there's positive impact on employment, there's positive impact for startups, businesses, there's positive impact on the economy as a whole. And that contributes significantly to the GDP of the country. So .ng is not just a technical issue, it's an economic issue that we need to start focusing attention on. Thank you.
Very good, very good. I mean, as you were speaking, I was just thinking about the financial world, because Visa and MasterCard, opening a bank account abroad compared to Nigeria, because the Nigerian system was not trusted by a lot of people, we had to add a lot of security layers, a lot of technology. So because of that, it's easier to open a bank account and transact in Nigeria than it is in the US or in the UK. To transfer money across to someone in the UK or the US is so much harder, because they did not implement the sort of security and technology that we have had to implement to make sure that people would trust our financial systems. Same thing will happen with DNSSEC. Our .ng domain name, to increase trust, to make people understand that .ng is even more secure than most of the other domain names that people go and register. We have gone the extra mile to make sure that that level of security has been implemented. Where others would not have done so, we have done so. Now, with financial inclusion abroad, most people don't carry cash. They've been forced into a cashless society, and the government did that. The government did it here in Nigeria as well. We are now almost a cashless society. The government can also do the same thing with domain name registrations, with policies for companies. When you're registering your company, you register your .ng as well. I mean, with that in mind, If Nigeria could implement only one reform in the next 12 months to unlock the digital economy through identity, infrastructure, and .ng, what should it be? I'll ask you answer that question first.
Okay, I have talked about the need to have a policy-driven domain adoption agenda. Countries that have very significant number of domains, they did not achieve it just by having conversations, but through policies. Policies that government introduced to ensure that their domain, their country code top level domain is used by their citizens. Now, one of the policies that I think we need to commend the current government for is the Nigerian First policy. While this has very good intention that yes, Nigerians must embrace what is theirs, Nigerians must use what is theirs, the same thing also goes for the .ng. It's our identity. It's the way Nigeria is trusted online. So one of those policies is one. There's need, I would call them the policy first. While the government has the
policy first.
The policy first.
Yes.
I would say one is that government first. So what does government first means? What it means that government agencies, whether at federal level, at state level, at local government level, they must use .ng. They must use .ng for their emails, for their websites, for their portals. NIDA is doing a lot to ensure that the NDAs at the federal level, they are using .ng. But what is happening at the state level? What is happening at the local government level? I'm sure the awareness is still extremely low. Another first intervention, which I would call, is the procurement first. Why should you do business with government when you're not using the Nigerian identity? Why should Nigerian government part with a lot of contracts, large amount of contract money with contractors without them using .ng? So any interaction, whether for government contract, anything you want from government, then government must mandate the use of .ng from a procurement perspective. Another is the legislative first. I know that the senator has said a whole lot, so I'm not going to repeat that. We need robust legislations to drive the .ng. Another is also with regards to the financial service sector, which you have mentioned,
yes,
to drive financial inclusion. The CBN, as a directive, should also mandate banks to use .ng. DNSSEC has strengthened the security layer of our DNS infrastructure. And so the use of .ng by banks, it will even make them to be more secure.
Yes.
So all of the vulnerabilities that we experience with our data being out there, we will not have that. So CBN too has a lot to do. Education first. We have a lot of universities, a lot of schools, colleges, they are not using .ng. But I would like to also commend NUC. NUC is one organization or ministry or agency, that mandates the use of .ng. There is no request from any Nigerian university that is not ratified by the NUC. But what about our secondary schools? What about our colleges? What is happening there? We don't know. While even for NIMC, that's the Nigerian Identity Management Corporation, Commission. Yes, physical address is important. We want to know where you live, whether in Lagos. We want to know where you live in Kano. But where do you live digitally? Do you live in the US? Do you live on the .com? You should live on the .ng. So those are my first policies that we need to pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Martha.
Sorry, Destiny, before we move the conversation away from the opportunities for younger people, I'd just like to chip in a couple of things, if I'm allowed.
Please do.
Okay. Now, one of the things that we need to understand is that it's an ecosystem. The domain industry is an ecosystem, and it's packed with a lot of opportunities from the point of creativity And I know if there's anything that has to do with creativity and innovation, Nigerian young people are not found wanting. But there's a lot of space on that and a lot of opportunities on the .ng for you to be able to grow your creative domain. For example, you think about an idea. I'm almost certain that whatever name that you want to register with it is already taken up by somebody. But on the .ng, 70 out of 100, it's available. So why don't you look at that space and ask yourself, that's an opportunity for you for creativity. And in terms of what we need as a nation to grow, yes, digital education is very important. And you know, we talk about digital literacy and all of that. But what is the focus of our digital literacy? Is it to build more users or more consumers, or is it to build more producers? So that's another opportunity that we have in that wise, and that young people around us can begin to think about opportunities for growth. Like I said,
job opportunities.
Yes, job opportunities, and even business development opportunities. It's not even just job opportunities now, but in terms of how we can apply our creative juice as young people, even as adults, as how we can adopt our creative juice to see how we can use that to solve problems around us and how we can make use of that opportunity around. And like I said, it's an ecosystem. The identity part is there, which has to do with .ng, but the availability of infrastructure also. So there needs to be a cooperation between, and I think I see a couple of people who are part of the National Broadband Council in this room. There needs to be a lot of a cooperation between what the National Broadband Council is doing in making broadband available for every Nigerian, even for the people in the rural areas, like Mata was mentioning. And also, what we are doing in NIRA to also extend the availability of the identity to the people. So it's a whole ecosystem that needs to be talked about. I remember when we were, when I was on the board of NIRA, we were thinking of co-locating our infrastructure with the IXPN. Mohammed is here, so he will remember that conversation. And people were saying, oh, well, we can locate anywhere. One of the things that was very clear to us is that the decision to co-locate with IXPN is not a technical decision. It's an ecosystem decision. Because with the great work that IXPN is doing today, connecting all local providers
ISPs
together, having NIRA on that site means that the resolution of your name will be a lot faster.
Instant.
So it's, you know, having that ecosystem and letting it work together is something that is very important. So I need us to think as young people, stop thinking as this is what I have and this is what I want to make money from. Think about how can I plug this into the existing ecosystem and how can it make me more creative, and that unlocks a lot of opportunities both for you and for all the other people around you. I just felt to chip that in.
That's excellent. Thank you, sir. Martha, what reform in the next 12 months would you bring forward to unlock the digital economy through identity, through infrastructure, and .ng? What would it be?
Thank you very much. I do not want us to undermine the power of the informal economy and the informal community. In Nigeria, we still have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of women who are doing well economically, but will do better if they are keyed in to this .ng ecosystem. Let me give an example. I don't know, some of us might be familiar with GNBO. Do you remember? Is there anyone here who knew about GNBO? Okay, so that was in 2011, an initiative by Google to bring Nigerian businesses online. it lasted for maybe about 6 months or so. So we keyed in then, and we brought online about 3,000 businesses of underserved women. Tomato seller, if you Google it, great, grassroots women empowerment Tri-City. It's there. Pepper seller. So there was a particular woman we saw somewhere in Badagry. To get into our farm, it's not even motorable at all. We had to go through the swamp. But she had a good farm, and she was complaining that she wasn't making sales, that people couldn't come to our farm because there was, the infrastructure was not there, and nobody knew she was not having sales. We said, no problem, let's get your business online.
Right.
So we got her business online. But the problem was that she didn't have a smartphone, just a touch phone. She could not speak English well. She could speak pidgin English, but our daughter could speak English. So as far as you have someone who can interpret for you, no problem. We put our mobile number online and our address. In about 6 months, she called us that, can we take a number off? We said, why? She said she could not meet up with the demands.
The demands, especially international calls as well.
International calls.
People wanting to ship out of Nigeria.
She couldn't meet up with the demands. She was asking for a number to be taken off. That is one woman somewhere who could not read and write. That's why I keep stressing that it's something I have experienced. I'm not talking about something I read from Gen AI. I was in the field, 3,000 women. And when that platform was pulled down, somehow, you can still find them online. Maybe Google turned them to storefronts, I don't know. But their numbers are still online. So when you Google Jennifer Pig Farm, a number will come up. And she has been begging. We said, leave it there, don't worry, God will help you. So you can imagine how those women, like I said, 15 million women less without NIN compared to men. If you just bring only 10 million of those women, they will have access to credit. Their businesses will grow with .ng. I'm talking about them having .ng. And another thing some of us are failing to realize is, if sometimes I Google, I want to partner with people in China, I will not go for a domain that is .com. I will go for a domain that is .com.cn, because I believe that for you to have the China extension, you are truly based in China. The same thing with Nigeria. It's simple business and simple mathematics. So we just need to let these people understand. If we really invest more into, and Nira, please, partner with people like us. There are a lot. Bumi Hassan is here. She's doing wonderful work. Not everything is money. Just talk to us and give us a simple template that we can include in our digital literacy program to tell them the importance of the .ng, and we will run with it. You'll be amazed. Me, I know that we did, before 2030, I'm targeting 10,000 domains for .ng. So hold me to it. Hold me to it. So that is how it goes.
Thank you so much, Martha. Galaxy.
I don't know if I can come in here. What in 10,000? Okay, I'll actually take it from where she actually stopped now. When she said if she would like to patronize a domain name that have .cn in its URL than any other one. If you notice one thing, even in the remotest village in China, they have the infrastructure to enable them. The .ng will provide the trust, but the infrastructure will provide the opportunities. And it is that infrastructure that will bridge the digital divide. For the less 15 million women you talk about, if you go and check very well, most of them are actually in the remote villages where we do not have enough infrastructure. So if you ask me, come back to where you said, and coupled with the fact that I don't want us to break away from the theme of this year's event, that is strengthening the digital independence. You can't say you want to strengthen digital independence. You have .ng and it's being hosted somewhere outside the country. That's not digital independence. That is self-contradiction. So for us to achieve this digital independence, we must be able to write our code locally.
Yes.
Have infrastructure and good enough. As Galaxy, we are here to partner with you. And protect this .ng locally and host it locally. So what I'm saying in essence is that if we are going to do anything, first of all, we need to really, at least we need to be aggressive, like I said, be intentional, be aggressive in expanding our infrastructure to bridge the digital divide. That is going to the local places where they can have infrastructure, one. Then secondly, educate the users during our awareness creation or capacity building. Do not build, and I'm talking to our coders, programmers, the youngsters here. When you are building your code, please don't host it in a foreign land and believe that you are strengthening the independence of our digital space. No, it's self-contradiction. Host it with hosting company locally, Nigeria. And let me also say this. There are so many foreign companies that are domiciled in Nigeria. They are not as Nigeria companies. Because some of these, some of your data that you host in there, this thing is actually transmitted abroad, maybe for what's it called, recovery or anything. So when you are hosting, host locally. We have Galaxy, we have some other local hosting company. We have cloud infrastructure. So my own is, in addition to building infrastructure, NERA, please, we really need to look at our stakeholders. I know NIDA is one of them, Galaxy is one of them, and all these other stakeholders that we need to partner with and move out together to make sure that this .ng is a name that is going to be trusted as we want it, but at the same time, make sure that the data sovereignty and digital independence is achieved by hosting them locally and with, because we have what to do, we have what it takes to do that. Galaxy is there for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to bring this panel to a close. The message from this panel is very clear. Nigeria's digital economy will not be built by connectivity alone. It will require trusted identity, secure infrastructure, local digital platforms, that's where the youth come in, policy consistency across the board, inclusion, and a stronger national identity, internet identity through .ng. The opportunity is not just to participate in the global digital economy, but to own a meaningful part of it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can we give them another round of applause? So I think you should just step forward for a photograph, and then we quickly take the next paper. Thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies. I introduced somebody earlier, and I was very brief because he's actually in a hurry to get you to get his paper, and it's one paper that you need to listen to and interact with so that we can achieve our purpose the way in which we have designed it, possibly much better. We've just had a very good, fantastic panel session. And so the first presentation we're taking is from Mr. Basil Udotai. I'm going to be very brief. For those who are familiar with his work, he's worked both from the philosophical and the empirical point perspectives, and he's been able to show the power of collaboration, communication. But I personally am fascinated by his vision, by his grit, and by his sense of patriotism and commitment, because I have been interacting with him for clearly more than 2 decades. I'm not going to I'm not going to bore you in reading out citations and whatever, but I invite you to please note his name, and then at your leisure time, just check the internet and see what you get, so that you understand how much work is put into this advocacy for both data sovereignty, digital independence, and what have you. Long before these things became mantras, became slogans that people are identifying with, he's been there. When I introduced him, I was very brief. I said to you that he was legal advisor of NIDA at the time when .ng was domesticated. And I did say also that that was about the time NIRA was formed. So you can see how he's connected. I mean, beyond philosophy, beyond empirical things we know, but historically to the evolution of what we are doing. And so please, gentlemen and ladies, I invite you to put your hands together in applauding Mr. Basil Odotai, who will be taking the next presentation on the topic, are we building Nigeria's internet or renting it? I spoke to philosophy and empirical. You will listen to the man himself. Please keep clapping. I'm not sure he's on the stage yet, but just keep.
Thank you. A round of applause to the MC. The MC has done a lot of work in this space as well. We got to know when he was at NCC. He's a PhD, and as someone, he's also very, very embedded in the tech ecosystem. Now, having said that, today presents a very unique and distinct pleasure for me personally, because this is the very first time after the coming into being of NIRA that I will mount a NIRA podium to speak or engage. And it wasn't deliberate. There have always been, people who were more historically or technically aligned. And personally, I like to play from the background. But before I go forward, a lot of recognitions were given earlier. So I want to do 3 recognitions. 2 are posthumous, and 1 is a living legend. The very first person I want to have us have in mind for the reason we have NIRA today is the former president of Nigeria, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. Please, can we give a round of applause to this man? Because I'm not sure where the president heard the story, but someone told him that Nigeria's country code top-level domain was domesticated abroad, was handled as a manager by a guy called Randy Bush in California, was hosted in Italy, and the man couldn't have it. So he gave a directive that whatever we need to do, .ng must be brought back to Nigeria. I just happened to be at NIRA at the time. I mean, at NITSDA at the time. So that's the first person. The second person is Professor Gerbel Ajayi Let, who was the DG of NITSDA at the time. And the last person is a gentleman whose passing was communicated to me by someone here in this audience today. And I don't remember myself ever crying as an adult until that day when Mrs. Uduma called me to say this man has passed away, and I couldn't contain myself. His name is Engineer Ndukwe Kalu. So may the soul of these 2 gentle departed souls rest in perfect peace. Now, for the message of the day, I want to just remind us of where's the presentation? I'm seeing my picture, okay. I want to remind us of two things. First, there's a lot of promotion done about NERA, and for good reasons. There's no reason why any Nigerian should have their domain registered anywhere else but on .ng. But I'm a bit of a contrarian. So my presentation is not going to go a lot deeper into NERA, but it's going to reflect the tech ecosystem and how we can enable Nigeria succeed as a digital economy. So I want us to remember the power of a single central message. So I have a single central message today that I want to deliver. First of all, when I saw the topic, I was taken aback. As a lawyer who is in tech and who is very interested in tech policy, I ruminated over this topic for a very long time. And it just occurred to me, oh, this is NERA. What they must be talking about is data sovereignty. So that's what they mean. And I know how complex data sovereignty is. I know how intricate it is. And I know the policy and legal gimmicks that a lot of countries, especially America, China, and the EU, have come up with to push data sovereignty. And I knew how competitively difficult it would be for Nigeria to meaningfully manage data sovereignty and at the same time still achieve the kind of growth and progress we need in our digital economy. So that went into my preparation of this work here. So this is some of the things I'll go into very quickly. So I'll take the very first part of what I said earlier about the DG of NERA and NIDA and all of that as my NERA story. Even though there's more, but I'll skip that. I also know that the issue is about data sovereignty, but like I said earlier, allow me to veer a bit off that. Because I don't want to be sentimentally attached to data. I want to be pragmatic. I want to see how we can use data to be progressive. And I have a hard lesson from the internet era that I want to share, which is actually even going to be more useful in the AI era. So who owns Nigeria's internet today? All right? So there is no single internet owner in Nigeria. What constitutes internet infrastructure is distributed and very fragmented across these owners. So you have the telecom operators, you have the submarine cables, you have cloud, you have platforms, and so on and so forth. So this is also why I was convinced that the ownership NERA was talking about in this question is that of data. Now, the internet infrastructure can be owned. No doubt about that. Data is owned. We know all the progress that the data protection law has brought about. But where does value come from when we are discussing data in the internet context? Where does value come from? Value comes from analysis. It comes from your ability to develop a tool to conduct optimization. It comes from your ability to do prediction. It comes from intelligence and the intelligence tool that you can derive from data. And of course, it comes from how you're able to push innovation. So the real question is, can you transform internet data and infrastructure into value? That for me, I think, is a critical question, and it's a question that I think while we're discussing how to promote the adoption of NERA and get Nigerians to, in millions, adopt .ng, which is a valid, legitimate goal, which I would push. And I have a recommendation that I will share in that regard. I also want us to think very critically about how to extract value and the kind of policies that would enable Nigeria to extract value from the internet. Now, if there's one thing that we have learned from the internet environment, it is the fact that those who build infrastructure, those who build cables, and those who own the broadband networks, while they were successful and while they made a lot of money, their resource growth and a lot of the money they made paled in comparison to the platforms. I don't know if this point needs emphasis, but the guys who built the gears, the guys who brought the internet to the public, the guys who spent a lot of money and got finance to build the gears, the fibers, and everything that is needed to bring the internet to you did not make as much money as the guys who ran platforms. Right? And now, if you remember, the guys who did the cabling, the infrastructure guys decided at one point that, oh, how is it that we are the ones who spent all this money to bring the internet to the public and we're not making as much as the platform guys? So they started a campaign. And what they wanted to do with the campaign was to make sure that internet access is priced differently. They said, well, it's not possible for us to spend all this money and then we're not making as much as Amazon. We're not making as much as Netflix, Facebook. That there should be a system where access by platform companies to the internet are priced differently. Allow us, the argument goes at the ITU, to ensure that there's discriminatory pricing so that we can see from the general public, if they want to access the internet, it can be neutral. But for tech companies on platforms accessing the internet, they should be able to pay differently. And for a very, very long time, almost 2 or 3 years, the whole world was engulfed in this argument. Should internet access be free or should there be differential pricing? And then, of course, at the end of the day, the resolution was that no, access to the internet should be neutral to value, should be neutral to content, the kind of content that runs under the internet, and the pricing should be uniform. Now, if this doesn't strengthen your resolve in understanding that what really matters in an internet environment is the value, then I am not sure what would. So when we're talking about data ownership in Nigeria, I'm not saying it is a fallacy. No, it's not. You start from the ownership of data. But if we own all Nigeria's data today, if it was possible for all Nigeria's data to be amalgamated into one space, dumped into one environment, would Nigeria be successful as a digital economy only on that basis? The answer is no, right? So the real lesson, my central message, is to look beyond simple data ownership, simple infrastructure ownership. While these are very, very important and should be the beginning of the question, the answer should lie in what we do with our data, because this is the lesson that we have learned. This is how we have seen companies become multi-billion dollar organizations. And we're going to see a couple more examples that have nothing to do with data, but have also shown how a single organization or a single individual can generate a lot of resources for a country in the internet space. Now, I've already touched this. Does infrastructure matter? Of course it does. If infrastructure did not matter, we would not even be in this room today. We would not be talking about NERA. There would be no connection, no room to even develop or grow your data. There would be no digital economy. There would be no intelligence and all of that, right? So The NERA relevant infrastructure includes what I've listed down there. I'm rushing because my time is running. Of course, does .ng matter? Of course. Before .ng, we were all rushing for the generic domains, the .com, .org, all of that. Now, with .ng, what it means is that you can be uniquely identified as a Nigerian organization and Nigerian entity. Mr. President, let me add my voice here on how to populate .ng very, very fast and quickly. And this is a lesson I learned from the banking industry. I don't know how many of us have experienced this, but anyone that has a job and has a little bit of money has been approached by someone who shows up and say he or she is a marketer from a bank, right or wrong. And that is because the banking industry has created a financial incentive for people registering and becoming account holders in their banks. So what if NERA were to adopt such a program? What if NERA were to tell the DG of NYSC that as part of your program, we want to encourage all corpers to mobilize the registration of .ng account holders, and every single successful registration would generate 10%, 15%, or 20% of the amount that goes to NERA to the corper who has succeeded in doing this. And what if this were to be expanded so that this incentives drives NERA registration? The FIRS did it with taxation. The EFCC did it with whistleblowing. So Nigeria is a country where if you create a financial incentive, you can achieve whatever you want to do. So if an incentive is created from the simple registration of NERA, you are going to see a very fast uptake. You know, when you're on traffic, you see people standing and trying to convince you to buy fridges, to even invest in real estate property in traffic. That's how aligned the Nigerian spirit is to marketing. So I think NERA needs to take advantage of this. And if there's any need for us to work on this together, I can assist and support in developing the policy for it. And I bet you, as soon as this is done, you're going to see an uptick. Now, we talked about how in the internet era, the value was really about optimization, not necessarily about data. The platforms are the ones taking it away because they can get you online and they can do a few recommendations. When you come online and you want to leave, they can remind you at the point of your departure, oh, your friend just posted a picture because they want you to stay online. They're the ones that were able to link content with monetization. They're the ones able to do distributed money sharing, because once you are a content creator and you're able to get up to the milestones, you get dollars sent to you. Whether Nigerians are paid appropriately and for the value they create is a totally different subject matter. But the fact that the internet system enables you to enjoy a share of the fruit of your labor is as a result of someone's technology tool. And that tool is built on top of your content, on top of your data. So that's the sort of thing that I think we should begin to push Nigerians to adopt, to think about. So it's all about the recommendation system, the predictive systems, the behavioral optimization, and this is what the internet era taught us, and this is what the AI environment is going to amplify. The thing with Nigeria is that we have one of the strongest culture in the world. Nigerian swag has become a global phenomenon. There's not a single Nigerian comedian or musician that would go to any stadium or location abroad and does not fill a room. But what are we doing? How are we capitalizing on this culture for the growth of the country? Now, a lot of countries have come up with unique advantages. They see the comparative advantage they have, and they leverage on those comparative advantages for their digital economic growth. In the US, the policy is innovation first. If you have any solution, any technology that would bring innovation to the industry, whichever industry you recommend, you're going to get funding. That's what it's called, your Silicon Valley. You come up with an idea, and they see possibilities, of course, you're going to get funding. That's America. And then, of course, there are majority of government policies that are going to push your organization to become globally competitive. The EU uses policy and regulation. That's why any new milestone that arrives in technology, the very first country or region that is going to come up with a law on it is the EU. That's happened with data protection. That's happened with AI. And anything new that comes, the EU is going to jump on it. The EU does not have a single big tech, but this is how they are becoming globally competitive with the digital economy. They say for data sovereignty, for instance, wherever an EU citizen resides, it doesn't matter which country, the data of that citizen is protected by an EU law. And this sort of drives the relationship the EU would have with any region or any country in terms of data sharing. They have this back and forth with the US because of this, right? And what does China do? I use the word appropriation, and that word is used very carefully. But China would blatantly take technology from anywhere, take it home, combine it with their own technology, produce a super version of that technology, and present it to the world as their own. This is China's mantra. And once they do that, they attach a lot of state funding to it, and they push it abroad. The other policy is to say, whatever successful technology wants to come to China, give us a chance to acquire a Chinese version of that technology. We'll give it a Chinese name, and we'll run that as a Chinese company. This is what China does. That's why you have, in the next slide, you're going to see some of the companies. Some of the companies we are also very familiar with. So for Nigeria, what should be our unique advantage? What is the one thing that we have against the whole world? What is the one element that is an asset to Nigeria that if you bring it up, it's going to get everyone to say, okay, guys, make una carry go. You have gotten this one. Can anybody guess? Yes. We're everywhere. That's a unique advantage, but that's not what I'm looking for. Any guess? Any other guess? Sorry? Culture is great. Resilient. In fact, okay, let me up the game. I'll give $100 to whoever will give me the word I'm looking for. You see, as soon as I say $100, someone say, what's the question? That just woke everybody up, which proves the point I was saying earlier, that if you can bring some kind of financial incentive to a Nigerian and tie that to a success factor, you're not going to, at least you're going to see some success. And of course, I have so many witnesses today. I'm the one that brought this idea. So for everybody that makes 10%, 10% of their 10% is mine. Like I said, I have so many witnesses, I wouldn't even need to go to court for this one. Now, does anybody have the answer? Yes. Just shout it out. Sorry, population. Repeat the question. What is the one is on the slide? I said countries have comparative and competitive advantage that they leverage for global competitiveness in the digital economy. And I talked about the US Innovation First and Funding, which we all know as Silicon Valley. I talked about the EU, who does not have big tech till today, but they control all the big tech through their policy and regulation. I talked about China. And I said for Africa and Nigeria specifically, let's just say Nigeria, what is this one, what is our greatest asset? There are two strong. And in fairness, Mrs. Udoma has mentioned one, culture. But what's the other one? That's part of culture, the music. This madam has seen my presentation before. She got the answer, but she's disqualified from getting the $100 because we worked closely together. So I think it's talent. Nigeria's talent is unique. Okay, since I'm still feeling generous, in relation to talent in tech, who can tell me who Alexander Wang is? A young person. Yes. So what makes him important? What happened to him recently? For how much? $14 billion. And then decided, like, look, he's not going to acquire Scale AI unless Alexander Wang chooses to work in the organization. So you have the answer. You're going to get $100 before I leave. So we agree that Nigeria has to tap into its own unique advantage. You know, it is only when we do what is uniquely Nigerian that we'll succeed in this space. That's the only option, right? But there are a few other policy options that I would like to quickly run through for us to succeed as a digital economy, because NIRA is an infrastructure that is embedded in our digital ecosystem. So as everything else is succeeding, NIRA is succeeding. You know, so my lesson is that let's not just look at a single item. Let's look at the whole ecosystem. So the very first thing we need to do is to solve our regulatory convergence issue. We may not know this, but technology itself converged a long time ago. You now have a system where you can do voice, video, and data. So what that means is that the agencies and laws that used to govern telecommunications, agencies and laws that used to govern broadcasting, and agencies and laws that used to govern information technology all merged into one. There is not a single country in the world, and we did this research recently, that have not reflected this convergence. Even Cameroon, that has had one old president forever. It is only Nigeria, and of course, I would like to be enlightened. If anyone sees any other country that still runs telecoms under a different law, a different, regulator, and a different system, and broadcasting different, and IT different, you can remind me, but we looked and we couldn't find. Everybody is positioning to tap into a digital economy. Nigeria's digital economy is still separate. Telecoms runs as telecom. Broadcasting runs as broadcasting. IT runs as IT, with different laws. So this is the very first thing we need to solve. And I'm glad that NIRA's event is called a tech convergence event. Let's also push regulatory convergence, right? And the question is, will the national or Nigerian digital economy bill help? To a very large extent, it will, because it will position NITDA as the agency that will handle coordination of the digital economy to a large extent, if you look at the bill. But it's still going to leave the two critical infrastructure agencies in separate domains. It's going to leave NCC separate. It's going to leave broadcasting separate. So we need to bring this together. I know a lot of people might not know why this is critical, but think of something like licensing. MTN paid $171 million to get a broadcasting license that they've still not been able to use after 10 years. In fact, the license came up for renewal. They paid $171 million. This is a license that ought to have been available for MTN if the environment was converged. So if you're doing broadcasting, you should also be able to do telecommunications. If you're doing, and perhaps it would be just spectrum variation, you know. So this is one thing that we really, really have to work to solve. We have to also transform our talent into intelligence. This is very critical. Even our 3MTT training, I was surprised to see that 3MTT is also a very generic training platform. They're just training people. What are you training these guys for? Are they real market opportunities? Are you tailoring the training to reflect these market opportunities? Can you use that as a gauge? So if last year we had 1,000 available jobs for a particular kind of coding, when we finish the training, has the number of those labor gaps reduced by appropriately, say maybe the amount of people that qualified from the 3MTT? Or are we just using 3MTT that we train this as a propaganda to say we did the training? We have to be very targeted in the kind of capacity building and certification we create in the country. It has to be to fill gaps and existing roles that we know would at least plug a hole and optimize resourcefulness, right? In this regard, you see that we don't have a specialized certification. I was speaking the other day in a cybersecurity forum, and I said, the world already ascribed Nigeria with significant knowledge in cybercrime, right? They already think we're hackers. Whether that is true or not, they already believe that we can get into someone's computer and steal money, right? Now, what is the flip side of cybercrime? It's cybersecurity. You know, so if the world thinks that we are number one in cybercrime, why are they not thinking we are number one in cybersecurity? Because we are not pushing that. What if we have unique Nigerian cybersecurity certifications and have people from all around the world come here remotely or come physically and train and become a Nigerian expert in a particular cybercrime? Say, what's the most common one? Sorry? 419 or whatever. Now, if that happens, then we would have leveraged on a global notoriety, a global branding that the world has given to us. If Nigeria were to spend money, marketing money, to bring our status in cybercrime to the level that the world recognizes us, it would cost billions of dollars. But we didn't do anything to create this branding. So now it is the time for us to take advantage and then tell the world that, oh, not only do we know how to get into your system, we can also protect your assets. In fact, let me give you an example. The biggest romance site in the world, domain in the world, is called eharmony.com. Try it on your own. Open your system and see if you can enter eharmony.com website. Because we're in Nigeria, you are not going to be able to. So imagine if one day Nigeria takes one of those TV monitored advertisement on Wall Street, Times Square, and say eHarmony digital assets protected by Nigerian Cybersecurity Institute. Think of how that would change. Or we take a full page of the Financial Times and say, hey, Goldman Sachs digital asset protected by Nigerian Cybersecurity Institute. It will change the game. This is the kind of, I don't know who talked about creativity era. This is the kind of creativity that needs to come into play. Nollywood, our pidgin is very popular. I don't know how many people know a lady called Nicki Minaj. The other day, just because she spoke a little bit of pidgin, she had millions of likes. Pidgin that we take for granted. right? Our local languages, you know, when abroad, someone asked me, where are you from? I said, Nigeria. And the first thing they begin to speak one Yoruba or Igbo language. And, you know, all these attributes have value. And these are the values that we need to capture in our digital growth process. Nigerian humor, Nigerian fashion. Rihanna wore a Nigerian outfit and it became a subject matter for a song in Nigeria. You know, so we also have to develop a deep economic partnership with the platforms that are in the country. We shouldn't follow Europe. Europe has strong policy, strong regulation, and they're extracting a lot of money, billions of dollars, from these platforms for violating one law or the other. The mistake we make is we copy those laws. As soon as we copy them and domesticate them, we begin to develop the same adversarial stance against the platforms. Say, Meta, come and pay this. You come and pay this. You violated Nigerian law. No. What if we were to develop a different engagement policy? What if we were more strategic with these guys and say, listen, Africa is not Europe. Africa is not China. How can we get into your strategy? How can you help us, you know, bring our local language, which I've seen Google just did, and, you know, use it in part of your training so that your AI will understand our language. The Nigerian courts, because I'm a lawyer, I can tell you that everything we've done in digital for the past 25 years has not affected the judicial system. If you go to court, you're still going to see papers, files hanging all over the place. What if we were to enable a local technology that would underpin our e-judiciary system? What if judges were no longer being burdened with the fact that they sit down in court and use their hands to write? If this was a court, everything I said here would be written by hand by the judge. It's an impossibility, but that's the practice, right? What if we were to focus our digital growth on solving each of these problems? And Mr. President, another thing that I recommend that NERA does is, let's start doing hackathons. Let's start bringing these young people to come and use their own skill and technology to solve some of these critical problems. NERA has to also be a thought leader, you know, because if people begin to hear more of NERA, say, oh, so what does NERA do? They register domains, and so they can now register domain as the derivative outcome of what NERA does as a thought leader in society. NERA can take, if you go to Nigerian prison or go to Nigerian police, ask police for the database of criminals in the country. I'm sure someone who would not have run for office in the country, who has a dossier as a criminal, maybe even convicted, has probably just gotten a certificate of return and is going to run for office. We don't have these systems. So NERA can also take that up. But let's treat the platforms a lot more reflective, in a manner that is more reflective of our developmental needs, and have a relationship, as opposed to using the European mantra to always ask for them to come and pay money for violating one rule or the other. Is anybody from ACON here? Advert Registration Council of Nigeria, Advert Regulatory Council of Nigeria? No. Okay. Who is a member? Advertisement, okay, all right. Yes, okay. So I'm glad you are here, so you take my message to them. So this law was enacted in August of, I think, 2004. By September, they were already in court suing Meta, Facebook, for $30 billion for violating Nigerian advertisement law. You did not even give the organization the opportunity to comply with the law. You don't even understand how digital advertisement is done. For instance, their fee is like $2,500 per advert. Some of the adverts are even less than $2,500. You know, so to be honest, when we get a sense of a regulatory or policy need, the very first instinct should be to try and understand what is going on here, and then see how we can more congenially and creatively build a positive, economically rewarding relationship with whoever we are interfacing. Because we think we are going against Meta and the big tech, but we're actually affecting our local guys here. The DG of Smedan has been complaining seriously about this organization because it's affecting the lifeline of young Nigerians who are running SMEs. And my last policy option here is to say, look, why can't we do like China? We don't have any platform. We don't have any organization that is doing social media. Why can't we promote the creation of one? What would it take? The government can bring $100 million. Say, look, bring a few people into the room. We want you to come up with a Nigerian social media organization. Let's also push it to the whole world. Imagine we have that and we look at all our culture into it, put all this our talent together. Before you know it, we'll be becoming a global company. A friend of mine was in Hong Kong, and he said he was hungry. He wanted to go and eat somewhere, and then he went to this small place because everywhere was closed, and he saw people could not get his attention. He was saying, I want to buy something, but nobody paid him any mind. Only for him to say, look, let me see what these guys are doing. And they were all huddling on over a television watching a Nigerian movie. A Nigerian movie in Hong Kong. Everybody was so interested. They didn't even know that a customer was here, waiting to buy food. So the models are there. A lot of countries have done this. Countries that are not even as better positioned as we are. So if we really are serious about growing our digital economy and we want to look inward, there are so many options. And these are just a few that I recommend. And before I close, there's a company called TSMC. For the past 15 years, Taiwan decided to develop what is called precision chip making under this one company. Because they know that this AI that is coming, people are going to need AI chips. And now, TSMC is the #1 in the world for manufacturing AI chips. Everybody that is somebody in AI is relying on TSMC. And last year, they reported that this one company lifted the GDP of Taiwan by 60%, one company. So this tells you the value of talent and the value of preparing for the future. What is that one thing? Somebody said Nigerians are everywhere. That's a major advantage because that's the propagation. You drop something, it's going to cover the world immediately because Nigerians are going to adopt. Someone also said if you go to a place and you don't see a Nigerian, begin to pack your things and leave. There's nothing to do there. All right? So this is a story that Nigeria can imbibe. What is our own TSMC movement? What is the one thing we can do that will drive Nigeria's, promotion globally? And because we're already there everywhere, our culture is there, our music is there, but we've not been able to turn it into the kind of intelligence that can give us the resource that we need in the digital space. MC, I'm not able. Okay, so all right. We've already done the hard questions. If Nigeria owned all Nigerian data tomorrow, what value remain Nigerian? That's a question of tools. So what do we get from there? Can digital sovereignty exist without data intelligence? The US came up with a law called the Cloud Act. What the Cloud Act does is that it doesn't matter where the data is. If it is a US company or a US subsidiary, that data must be provided to the US intelligence or law enforcement. It doesn't matter whether even it's in Nigeria and it is Meta is now obligated to support the US law enforcement or intelligence by providing that data. It's a law. That's their own data sovereignty. Right? So who is capturing and monetizing value from Nigeria's digital behavior? Definitely not us. So that shouldn't that be our ambition? Shouldn't that be what we aim for? So the AI era ownership is definitely not the price. The price is optimization. So while infrastructure remains indispensable, the lesson we got from the internet era is that infrastructure ownership alone did not guarantee strategic dominance. So the AI era may increasingly reward those who most intelligently transform infrastructure, data, culture, and talent into intelligence, innovation, and economic.
Please keep clapping. He got extra time. He get why? Yes, I know. Yes, yes. So, Mr. President, I invite you to present Mr. Udotai's gift right now before we go to the next. Please keep clapping for Mr. Basir Udotai. Thank you so much. Please keep the applause going. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we move into, we are gradually moving, to closure. We just have two critical things to take. And we have to constitute the second panel. It's looking at the DN SSEC, as a critical national infrastructure, and then how do we use that? How do we migrate from there to secure finance, telecoms, and then government systems? This is going to be a very interesting one, and we have a very awesome character to handle this, Mrs. Omotola Olasheni, who is the GM of Go54. She's going to anchor, she's going to moderate that particular session. And I invite all of us to put our hands together for her. She's going to constitute her panel, not of judges, but of discussants who will deepen our knowledge about this. I hope you remember that in the last discussion, there was reference to DNSSEC as an attempt to actually reinforce the resilience of .ng. So we will get to know more about that. Please clap for Mrs. Olasheni.
Good afternoon once again, and starting on all existing protocols. So to panel section 2, where we'll be discussing DNSSEC as a critical national trust infrastructure, securing finance, telecoms, and government systems. And on this panel, we'll discuss why securing the DNS layer is very important for our businesses in the finance world, domain industry, even the government system, and we want to explore how Nigeria can improve awareness and adoption of DNSSEC to strengthen trust in our digital economy. So, as the MC said, I am honored to moderate this session with our distinguished panelists. So join me as I'll be calling them on stage and also introduce them. So first, I'll be starting with Dr. Haminu Maida, who is the EVC and CEO of Nigerian Communications Commission, but he'll be represented by Dr. Ibiso Kingsley George. So please join me as we welcome Dr. Ibiso Kingsley on stage. Thank you very much, Ma. You're welcome. So secondly, I'll be calling on Engineer Salisu Kaka, PhD. He's the Director, E-Government and Digital Economy for NITSDA. So while he's coming up on stage, I will take a minute to read his bell. Engineer Salisu, he's the pioneer director of the e-government and digital economy. Means that he holds a PhD in blockchain technology from Walden University, USA, and brings over 2 decades of experience in engineering and IT to his current role. With extensive public and private sector experience, Engineer Kaka is a seasoned professional known for his proficiency in TC, ICT project management, and governance with a strong focus on developing public IT project design and IT policy and implementation. Since joining NITSDA in 2009, he has also served in the Information Technology Infrastructure Solution and E-Government Development and Regulation Department. He is a registered member of the Council for Regulation of Engineering Nigeria and the Computer Professional Registration Council. So you're welcome, Engineer Kaka. We're happy to have you here. So moving on, I'll be introducing the next panelist, who is Professor Bello Mukhtar. He's a cyber security expert. Professor Bello, please join us on stage. And Professor Bello is a certified cybersecurity expert with over 20 years of experience in law enforcement, academia, and consultancy. He is a masterclass trainer, terrorism prevention expert, subject matter expert, and advisory policy maker with international and globally acclaimed organizations such as the UNODC, GIZ, Technified EFCC, ISC2, and Cyber First, amongst others. His research area covers the use of sustainable innovation and generative AI in the development of science-based and intelligence-driven approach, namely predictive policing for the prevention of crime. You're welcome, Dr. Bello. We're happy to have you here. So also we have 2 panelists who will be joining us online. And the first is Mr. Ahmad Mukoshi, who is the founder and CEO of GigaLayer. Mr. Ahmad is a Nigerian entrepreneur and technology leader and the founder CEO of GigaLayer, a leading provider of domain registration. He plays an active role in shaping Nigeria internet governance as a member of the technical committee of NIRA. He contributes to the strategic development of the .ng domain ecosystem. Ahmad is passionate about building enterprises that not only address today's challenges, but also lay the foundation for Africa's digital and economic transformation. And lastly, we'll be having John Ferguson, who is the Vice President, Cybersecurity Canada Internet Registration Authority, CIRA. And very quickly, he leads the cybersecurity at CIRA, and for the past 15 years, he has worked in product leadership roles for organizations building globally distributed Internet of Things and cybersecurity solutions. Prior to joining CIRA, he was the Director of Public Key Infrastructure and IoT at Entrust, where he helped launch a suite of products, including Next Generation. So once again, please join me to welcome our distinguished panelists while we'll sit and discuss DNSSEC as a critical national trust infrastructure. Once again, we greet your welcomes. Why are you guys leaving me alone at this section? But it's fine. Thank you, and you're welcome once again. Okay, so without taking much of the time, I would love to start with the ladies first. You're welcome, ma'am. So I understand you're representing Dr. Aminu. Dr. Aminu. So let me ask him. So looking at it from the NCC points of view, how critical do you think DNSSEC, can impact our digital economy?
Okay, so we know the costs of the presenter, Mr. Onotai, spoke about the inability of Nigerians to access eHarmony. That is like a networking, like a matchmaking site. But you can imagine that where investors cannot even trust, our DNS validation statistics are actually available online. and people who are interested in investing in your economy, people who are interested in doing business in your economy, can actually access that data. It fluctuates. As it stands now, it's below 50%, way below 50%. And that tells you that the tendency for spoofing, for accessing fake websites, for financial loss, it's huge. You know, I don't want to go into statistics, but we know how much our banks and financial institutions and telecoms and even government institutions have lost because people went to fake websites, or because there has been cloned, or our websites have been cloned. And from the angle of the NCC, what the NCC has tried to do over time is we commenced with collaborating with ICANN, Africa Engagement Office, to actually even do trainings for our industry, for the operators within the telecommunications industry, for them to understand the importance of actually implementing and validating DNS security to ensure that their consumers actually can access services that are protected, you know. And then the other thing that we have done, we note, and we're grateful to Mr. President that he gave the order, the designated of information infrastructure as critical national information infrastructure order in the year 2024. And based on that order, and in line with our mandate, our act, we came up with a cyber resilience framework where we have actually made the validation and implementation and validation of DNS security like a compulsory licensing requirement. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to first of all go about like with a survey to determine what is so difficult about doing this implementation and validation of your DNS. What are the challenges? How can we help? And we plan to also continue with the capacity building. And then of course it is important that businesses and every other person who has a website or who has a domain should understand the importance of ensuring that their websites are secure. So from the regulatory perspective, we are giving regulatory attention to it. And by the third quarter of this year, our hope is that our operators would have actually concluded that process.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. It's so good to hear that NCC is already, taking steps to ensure that businesses are well informed about securing their businesses online. Engineer Salisu, I see you were taking notes. I don't know, do you want to react to what she said?
Okay. Thank you. I pick one point that she mentions, which really resonated with what I have in my mind. But I think it's always important to ensure that there's effective communications to the society on what you are trying to drive them into. We're talking about DNSSEC. And I'm sure maybe because DNSSEC as a utility is not something that is at the forefront or physical like broadband, like devices, like data centers. So its importance is not much known to the society or to the user to the extent they can imagine the implication, what it will cost them for them not to sign into DNSSEC. So I'm sure the more we educate the society, the more they are conscious of where they are or what they are using, and the more they understand the significance of a DNSSEC. The digital economy is not only driven by connectivity like that. Largely is more of a transactional economy where users have trust over the systems they are using. So you can secure your broadband, you can secure your devices, you can provide any security you can peel off, as long as you cannot verify the query that comes from the DNS. Tendency for you to be directed to a wrong destination is always there. Yeah. You can imagine conventional route network where you are using Google to trace a certain destination, and you start your journey, if you are using Google Map, for example, based on the routing information it provides to you, right? Means Google has fetched the address, send it to you, give you a direction. So you feel secured, trusted, and you start moving. Then unfortunately, you find yourself in a destination that is not your intended. So imagine that's exactly what DNS does in the digital world. You want to access your bank details, and DNS send you a request. Unfortunately, it's a wrong address is telling you. So instead of going to your bank, you find yourself in maybe hackers areas or somewhere where it can cost you loss of your identities, your money, stuff like that. So if people can figure out the implication of this in real life, then they translate in digital sense, then they can see the value and importance of DNSSEC. So to a regulator, I'm happy with Dr. Abiso said, we need to educate the society. And we need to also mandate compliance or sign into DNSSEC. So when she says the telecom sector is already complying with that because it's part of the requirement. So I think that's the right way I think we should go. Government should push for compliance, and particularly starting with the government's entities, because if everybody, or the society will see that government is complying to its own policy, I think compliance can easily be added from other private sector. By then, they might have seen the use cases, they might have seen the impact of why we need to have this thing. Failure to have that, they can easily get the implication of this. So we need to further educate. Government need to go beyond awareness to accountability.
All right.
How can government hold entities accountable for failure of not complying to DNSSEC or consequences that comes as a result of not having these things, so that at least there is value for what you have been pushed. The society will feel secured and safe, so that that trust or DNSSEC can be seen as a digital trust, and they have confidence in the transaction they will do online.
Right. Thank you very much, Engineer. We'll still come back to you, but I want to be sure our panelists online are here with us. So Mr. Hamad and Mr. John, can we just hear a hello from you, just so we are sure you're with us? You can hear us.
Good afternoon. Everything loud and clear on this end.
All right, thank you. You're welcome. Mr.
And
Hamad.
from here too, Ahmed. Yes, loud and clear. I'm here with you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, thank you very much. So let me just start with you, Mr. Hamad, just so we don't forget about our online panelists. So Mr. Hamad, as a registrar, and we understand that registrar sits as the front line for trust in this ecosystem. So from your perspective, how important is DNSSEC adoption in protecting our Nigerian business?
I think to start with, DNS is now becoming more than just a technical tool. There's a lot of advancement in technology. There's a lot of spoofing. It's now much easier to spoof the DNS than it was before. A lot of people couldn't have achieved a lot of technical capacity, but with the advancement of AI and more tools, there's a lot of vulnerability out there. I'm glad that DNSSEC has already been defined. It's a protection layer that ensures that visitors to any domain name are being channeled to the right direction. I always define it as the security layer at the traffic warden. So you know that your traffic warden is well dressed, you can identify him from afar, and then you can follow his directions through which he will tell you follow here or follow there. And that's what DNSSEC does. Now with that, it safeguards the banking, it safeguards internet fraud, and most importantly, government websites. We've seen cases where lack of DNSSEC has allowed a lot of spoofing online. I am very technical personally, and I have witnessed situations where DNSSEC becomes critical for example, in banking. There's a lot of need for that. Government websites too, they need to have DNSSEC implemented. This layer ensures that there's no much fraud. It ensures that the user is being well taken care of as they are advanced on the internet. They're taken from their browser down to the last mile of the website they're trying to get to. Now, without DNSSEC, now when we look at the situation like that, without DNSSEC, now the website or the internet is actually vulnerable. The reason being that DNS is the first point of contact when you're accessing any website online. So if you're google.com, the first thing your system does is the resolvers. And this is very technical. I wouldn't want to go deep into that. But once that is compromised, almost you can be served anything. So DNSSEC is really imperative. It's a critical part of infrastructure. And to me today, it's more than infrastructure alone. It's more like a security layer that must be implemented by the government websites, by the banks, by almost everyone, I think, needs to implement DNSSEC today.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hammond, for that contribution. So we want to go deeper into cybersecurity. So I'll be directing this question to Professor Bello as a cybersecurity expert. We understand that most business only focus on cybersecurity tools, or what do we need to prevent, phishing, what do we need to prevent spamming and all of that. And they don't look at the domain name security itself. At least if that is done well, there won't even be a need for phishing, spamming, and all of that. So why do you think DNSSEC remains underappreciated? Why are people not looking into that aspect, especially in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a bit of disclaimer. I'm not a professor yet. I'm an associate prof, so thank you, Nira, for the promotion. I claim it. Having said that, I think I remember when Dr. Kingsley was making her goodwill message, and she did mention about having about 50% of the population have internet penetration. Also looking at the statistics globally of cybercrime. This year, it's going to cost globally more than $11 trillion. So if you were to compare that by economic impact, that would be the third most, in terms of GDP, more than after the US and China. It will be cybercrime. It's actually an enterprise. Cyber criminals are sophisticated, they are organized, and most importantly, they are a menace to society. So it's very, very important that you look at the statistics, you look at what's on ground. So let's talk about what's on ground. DNSSEC is not the only trust infrastructure. You have public key infrastructure that handles digital certificates. You have decentralized identity, you have DNSSEC, and you have hardwares that have inbuilt cryptography that will be able to protect those particular data. So I started in tech. I was a network security engineer configuring switches. Whenever we go for a technical meeting for the board, they don't understand what I'm saying, right? So that is what DNS has been pushed to the background, to a technical IT networking thingy, not as something you need to take a decision on. And because if you look at how technology is globally enabling businesses, I'm a proponent of technology enabling businesses rather than driving them. Because if you bring in a technology to a process and you don't understand the vulnerabilities of those processes, you're more likely to have your data mismanaged and violated. I deal with evidence. I go to court, I testify as a forensic expert. So naturally, I am a bit alert, but I can assure you I've fallen victim to spoofing through social engineering. Normally when I remove money from the ATM, I get an alert, I get an email. So if you have access to my email or any of my cloud account, you know if it's a particular bank, it can come as GENZ, for example. The Z could be changed to a 2 or to an S. And if you're used to seeing those emails, you're more likely going to fall victim. So one, there's the issue of awareness. There's lack of awareness at the board level and also at the management level. DNSSEC, they think it's an IT networking protocol. While also regulatory framework is very, very important. You need to bring all the key stakeholders together. I think NIMC chairs the National Digital Ecosystem. It's a presidential committee, and they're trying to bring everybody to bring in their data. But the problem is that there are certain government agencies that will never share their data. So because they're not going to share their data, they're not even going to put it on the cloud. So when you're checking for criminal records of someone, like my very elder brother, Basil Otodai. By the way, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. I used some of your materials when I was doing my master's 10, 15 years ago. So thank you to finally meet the person. I remember then the statistics on cybercrime was not there. It was his presentation while he was Director of Cybersecurity at the Office of the National Security Advisor. So having said that, who are the regulators? As it is now, the Office of the National Security Advisor is the coordinating agency for implementation of the Cybersecurity Act 2024 as amended. You have the National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, domiciled under the NSA. So if you're going to push it, NERA and all the stakeholders, the regulators across telecoms and the internet, they need to sit down. And I think some of you should read the Cybercrime Act. There's what is called the Cybercrime Advisory Council. These are people that come from, both ATCON is there, I think NERA should be there or thereabout. So lack of awareness, regulatory framework, and also you need synergy from all the stakeholders to be able to understand why DNS security, because that is the address book of the internet. So all it's saying is that DNSSEC, can you add an added encryption, cryptography, so that when I type in www.nera.ng, I'm not taken to another website. So it's very, very important that it's not treated as a singular component, but looked at comprehensively, looking at PKI, DIDs, as well as DNSSEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So you mentioned lack of awareness, regulatory framework, and synergy. So it is what we know we would do. So now that DNSSEC is coming to life, it just shows that we need to, make more noise about it. Make sure people are well informed about DNSSEC. So it would be good we, hear from a global perspective how this DNS security has been very helpful. Mr. John, are you still there with us?
I am.
Okay, so thank you very much. So from what we know, Canada has been recognized for advancing, internet trust and DNS security practices. So from your experience at Sarah, what lesson can you share with we here in Nigeria on how we can position DNSSEC as a critical national infrastructure?
Big question. But first, let me just say a big thank you to the team at NERA for extending the invitation to join the tech conference today. It's a pleasure to be able to speak with everyone. It's been a distinct pleasure to really get to know the team at NERA over the last about a year since we first met, and congratulate them and Nigeria on successful establishment of a new trust anchor. DNSSEC at its heart is a trust anchor, a very difficult one to achieve and manage over the long term. So we should all be remiss not to mention this achievement and celebrate it, because this ultimately can form an anchor for a sovereign and trusted internet, and anywhere in the world that happens is a great thing, in my opinion. So that said, from a DNSSEC perspective, I think some positioning of it is my fellow panelists have tried to do, is really important. It's a 25-year-old standard. It was ratified in 2005, and I think the fact that we're talking about how do we adopt it effectively today demonstrates the challenge that's posed by building a trust anchor and building trust in the internet. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not a single organization or a single layer of the internet community that can do it. What NERA has established is a trust anchor for the .ng namespace. It's now up to registrars, to businesses, to applications and users to understand how to effectively use it. And that, I think, is what we're all talking about here right now, is how do we make the use cases that can leverage DNSSEC relevant to the people of Nigeria. And from our own standpoint in Canada, CIRA focuses on a mission of a more trusted internet for Canadians. And so DNSSEC can help answer that question of, has this response to a DNS question that I've received been tampered with along the way? It can't tell you whether or not the domain itself is serving bad information or spoofed information. It doesn't actually encrypt anything, it signs it. So, I might have gotten a contract from someone with their signature on the bottom of it, but if it wasn't delivered in a sealed, locked briefcase, do I know that that document hasn't been changed or affected? So encryption and digital signature from DNSSEC are different. And so understanding that my ISP needs to actually validate that signature so that I know that it's being effective, and demanding that from a consumer perspective is how we start building that trust. We have to extend that all the way down the stack. So we need to be clear that DNSSEC lets us do a lot of great, better security things, but we need to continue to do those things to get the ultimate benefit from that trust anchor. And so it's a great start to the journey, I think, with the establishment of the chain, but now being able to get the registrar community, getting the users of the NG domain to understand that they're creating their own identity online by establishing a domain. So I want to make sure that that's trusted. So if they're demanding that that works through the ecosystem, then as our previous speaker spoke, you vote with your feet and you vote with your wallet. So if you demand that that security is there in your domain, then the ecosystem that supports it will follow suit. And that's, I think, really what we've seen globally, whether or not you look at Canadian examples or European examples, where there's a financial incentive to establish strong trust in your domain or for your products, people do it. So they just need to understand that that option is now available, and what they can leverage that for to help their businesses do better.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. John, for that contribution. So they're already hinting us that we are running out of time. But before we wrap up, I would like to come back to Engineer Salisu. So we've heard what everyone has said, even Professor Ahmad talked about, awareness and all of that. And we all know where there is no law, there is no sin. So how do you think, what practical steps can the government or maybe NITSDA, encourage the adoption of DNSSEC?
I think we need to adopt a different approach in regulations. Truth of the matter, most of our regulatory approach, government generally, we come in from the perspective of compliance. So entities tend to hear what they should do, but hardly they get the necessary guide on how to do that, right? So if we can have a mix of 3 items that governs or guide regulations, what are the regulatory requirements that's needed to be complied with? What are the guidance support? What kind of support in terms of implementation guide these entities can get? And most importantly, what are the economic values for them to comply with? So if we have a blend of these 3, I can tell you that adoptions, particularly aspect of cybersecurity, can easily become effective if they can be able to identify these 3 elements in them. They know that, okay, they need to comply with this regulatory requirement. They know that, okay, they have received necessary support in terms of guide on how to implement this thing. because there are regulations that are outside there, but organizations don't know how best they can implement them. Third place of implementing and seeing the impact it can do on their own business. And if they can see what incentives is government providing for them. So, as the associate prof says, DNSSEC, because it's operating at the background, hardly is even given the necessary attention by even the techies themselves, particularly the users who don't even know what this DNS or what DNSSEC is they're doing for them. But if they are well guided in terms of awareness and in terms of how to comply with all the standards, so it's easier, I think, for adoptions of this, because they're not seeing it from the perspective of we must comply to this thing. For what we don't even know. How to do, we don't even know. But if there is a lot of documentation and guide on how this thing can be done, I think it will be easier for them to adopt. And willingly, you can see the adoption will keep rising. So, DNSSEC, if it is projected to be seen beyond technology or technical requirement, let it be seen as a digital trust anchor, that without it, anything can get lost. Three things normally happens when you are doing digital transactions. Your identity need to be verified. The transactions need to be secured so that at least there is confidence and trust in the transaction you're doing through all the necessary security measures, including encrypting, PKI, you mentioned something like that. But how do you verify that you are talking to the right entity or you are in the right destination? That's what the DNSSEC does now. So, without, if the DNSSEC being the first responder of any transaction, the first query goes to the DNS. It's resolved and sent to you, okay, you are to visit this, follow this route. So if you get the wrong route, everything, the identity, the security you provided is useless because you are already guided to a wrong destination. And you can imagine the implication of the damage that can cause you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and also big thank you to our fellow panelists. So, and to our distinguished, members here, it's very clear that we've established the importance of the DNSSEC, the domain name system security extensions, and it is not just technical jargons or technical hype. It is something very important. It helps us to protect how our businesses, citizens, banks, everything online is well secured. So therefore, it should be treated urgently and not just something we need to overlook. So thank you very much. On behalf of the organizers, we say thank you for having us. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Ibiso. Thank you, Engineer Kaka. And also to our online panelists, Mr. Hamad, we say thank you. And Mr. John, we say thank you so much for joining us on this panel section. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Biso. Thank you, Dr. Kaka and Prof. You've been promoted, so just receive it. Thank you. Please put your... Thank you so much. And our very last paper will be taken with speed and precision. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm inviting somebody who is also been part of this ecosystem. We appreciate your patience. I was just discussing with the chairman of the NG Academy that what we have had here is impressive. It even shows commitment. The fact that we have been here, for so long, without disrupting the process in any way. So, Mr. Mohammed Rudman, former president of NERA and the CEO of ISP, will come up now to make a presentation 2. And he's going to present this in a way you have never seen before. Because everybody who has spoken is a brand of its own. So you haven't seen this brand before. I know the brand. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rodman. And he will talk to us on the 90% offshore data risk, the myth, the threat, or opportunity for Nigeria's digital independence. Yes. So he's just confirmed that it's a different brand. Can you just give him another applause?
Thank you. Your strategy worked. He actually came to me to reduce my time. So he's doing his Dabaru work. No problem. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. How do I begin? So I'm given this topic, the 90% offshore data risk, myth, threat, or opportunity for Nigeria. This is a very important conversation. This 90%, they got it based on what the NDPC mentioned in an event early this year in Lagos. And generally in Africa, it has been said that 90% of our data is hosted outside. But for Nigerian case, if you look at it, we are the #1 when it comes to the population of internet users in Nigeria. We have over 130, 140 million people on the internet. And we are the first in Africa, we are the 7th in the world. And ICT is now driving almost every sector of our economy. So our data residing somewhere else is not good. So this is what, based on what NDPC said, and this is because substantial part of our data is hosted with all the global hyperscalers, the big companies, the Google, the Microsoft, the Amazon Web Services, and the rest. This is not really saying being pessimistic, but the reality is that things are changing, and we'll go into that. There are a lot of data centers coming into Nigeria. The internet exchange point of Nigeria is also scaling, which I will share that data. So, deconstructing this myth beyond geography, ownership versus location. So, in reality is when we say 90% of our internet data is outside, yes, to some extent, yes, because if you go to what is called pulse.isoc, Internet Society has a portal called Pulse. If you go to pulse.isoc.org, and if you look at country report for Nigeria, you will see that out of the 1,000 top websites of Nigeria, around only 15 to 20% are hosted in Nigeria. The rest, between 80 to 85%, are actually hosted outside Nigeria. Now, when what really matters is who controls it, the legality, and the technical aspect. You can have a data reside in Nigerian data center, but it's managed by an entity outside Nigeria. It means that they can still control that data, right? 2, the connectivity paradox. In reality, getting to the internet in Nigeria is way cheaper. If you are, for example, you are connected to the internet using a mobile network operator, it's way cheaper than if you are to connect to a local cloud service provider. So there are cloud service providers in Nigeria. 80% of the data centers in Nigeria are actually in Lagos. Only very few are in Abuja, and then you have possibly Kano, Enugu, and very few about 30 states do not have a single data center. So let's assume you want to connect from one state to Lagos and to connect to your data that is being hosted in a data center in Lagos. The cost of the transmission capacity is way more expensive than the cost of internet. So that is also a major bottleneck of why we are not hosting our data locally. So let's assume NIMSI or any other organization in Abuja wants to host their data in Lagos. To access that data, the cost of the transmission capacity is more expensive had it been they host that content in the UK or in the US and to access it through the internet, through the submarine cables and the rest. Then the reliability of those infrastructure that we have. The submarine cables are quite stable. There is no major incidents. It's just once in a while. But in Nigeria, you regularly have fiber cuts, okay? The critical vulnerability, to be honest with you, is that we lack the technical skills, the human capital, the skills, and it has been mentioned here as well. You know, a lot of skilled Nigerians that are working in multiple data centers have moved out of the country. A lot of ICT guys in the banking industry, in other places, have moved away their data. Have moved out of the country. So why do organizations prefer foreign service providers than local service providers? One is the sheer scale and size. If you look at Amazon Web Services and Microsoft and Google, the amount of investment they have in their infrastructure is really, really huge. And they have global redundancy, where local service cloud providers in Nigeria are not yet matured. Some of them are only in one site in a local data center in Nigeria. So that's a big problem, and that's why, because of their sheer scale and size, they are able to drop the average cost. So it's way, way cheaper to host internationally and to host locally. Now with the cost of diesel, Nigerian data centers are powered by diesel. Very few of them are getting power from the national grid. So that's the reality. And they have advanced capabilities, ability to scale. If you want 1,000 servers, it's easier to get it. Why? Because of the financing. Somebody asked, why is it that we can't do that in Nigeria? And I clearly told him, I said, look, where is the funding? The interest rate in Nigeria is around 30%. You want to be a cloud service provider in Nigeria. Who is going to provide you the funding to do that? If you get it at 30%, how do you recoup your investment? Two, the service you will get, you have to import it. Nobody will give it to you. But if you are outside Nigeria, you want 1,000 HP servers. HP can give it to you, and you'll be paying instrumentally. The way, for example, we always buy our phones. Almost each one of us here buys his phone directly. You have to pay cash to acquire it. Immediately you leave Nigeria, you are somewhere in the world, the operators can give you a phone and you pay gradually within 2-3 years. And when it's old, you just take it back, they give you a new one. So we don't have such a model. So for any cloud service provider to operate in Nigeria to scale to that level, need that financing, and we don't have anything to do. So what's the real risk? The real risk are four. One is the sovereignty. If you look at it, in March 14th, I think 2024, there was 3 submarine cable failures. One of it is Main 1, you have SAT-3, you have WASC that got disconnected. Ghana, Ivory Coast were highly, highly impacted. Nigeria was impacted, but the reality, because we had an alternative cable called a Google Equiano cable, we were able to leverage that. But in Ghana, people were not even able to load their NEPA card, for example. You want to pay for NEPA when the cards, the servers are outside the country, you can't load it. So the major risk we have in reality is this ability that in case the submarine cable fails, all that you are doing, some of the banks that we are using, honestly, are hosting their content outside Nigeria. So if there is a submarine cable failure, what will happen is that we cannot have access to that. Ability for kill switch. Kill switch is when you are fighting with the government. everybody knows about what is called Internet Governance Forum, right? What led to Internet Governance Forum is because America was in charge of the global DNS system. They are talking about DNS here, they are talking about .ng. Do you know that .ng can only resolve to the higher server, what is called the root servers? And those root servers are managed by an organization called ICANN, Internet Corporation for Assigned Name and Numbers. If ICANN should shut down the global root DNS servers, it means the entire internet will grind to a halt, right? And that is what led the rest of the world to say, hey, we need to make sure that America does not control this global resource. And that is what led to Internet Governance Forum. And right now, ICANN is managed as a multi-stakeholder organization because they can easily shut down the internet for anyone that they want to shut down for at that time. And right now, in other countries as well, you have, in the US, for example, they have what is called the Cloud Act. Some few years back, US government has an issue with Microsoft, with a particular person, with a particular organization, and they wanted to have the information, all the emails and other things from Microsoft. Microsoft said no, it's not within the jurisdiction of the US because the servers that are hosting that particular person are actually hosted in Ireland. And therefore, in 2018, the US government created the Cloud Act, which says that even if you have a data center in Nigeria and Microsoft is hosting Nigerians' data in a data center in Nigeria, because of this act, they can ask Microsoft to disclose that information. So that was why I was saying initially it's not about location, it's about who provides that service to you. So economic leakages, billions and billions of naira are moving out of Nigeria because we are hosting our information outside Nigeria. Then, because we are hosting outside, almost all the key guys working in the industry are moving away, we are losing jobs. So, the economic impact is one, capital flight. Money goes out, you have low investment because we are not hosting locally, we don't have data centers, less investment is coming into the country. But I'll discuss about the changes that are happening. Okay, lost expertise. As I mentioned, so many data center experts honestly have moved out of the country, and that puts also pressure on our naira because we pay for this hosting in US dollars. So is the offshore data always bad when you host outside? Is it really bad? Not necessarily. Because the reality is most of our small organizations, small, medium enterprises, the entrepreneurs in Nigeria are having the opportunity to host at a lower cost and to have the right tools, AI and the rest, to scale their businesses. You can't say it's really bad because without these platforms, global platforms, they won't be able to scale. So it's a strategic opportunity for Nigeria because we now have an opportunity to really scale. And how do we approach that? The strategic roadmap for digital independence is hybrid approach. One is to ensure that part of the data is hosted outside, but the data that is critical for Nigeria, sovereign data, data for the federal government, I will tell you now authoritatively that still some government websites in Nigeria are hosted outside of Nigeria. So government records, health, finance, all things that are associated with our NIN and our, what is it called? Other identities, passport and the rest should reside within Nigeria. For entrepreneurs, of course, they are allowed to host outside. And why is this? Is because should there be a submarine cable failure, we are strategic to ensure that we can still run our operations within Nigeria. Our traffic does not have to leave the shores of Nigeria. So infrastructure, scale power, and fiber optic interconnectivity. Our major challenge of why we don't have cloud services in Nigeria, to be honest with you, is because we lack fiber infrastructure in Nigeria. The fiber infrastructure is solely owned by the mobile network operators. That's why it's more expensive. If you ask them, it's more expensive than the internet access. So if you ask any of the cable operators to say between Abuja and Lagos, how much is 1 gigabit per second? You'll be getting a price of 2 to 2.5 million naira for 1 gigabit between Lagos and Abuja. But if you want 1 gigabit of internet access in Abuja, you will get it far less than that. So there is no incentive for cloud operators to operate within Nigeria because we don't have the local interconnectivity. It's like you don't have good markets because you don't have good routes, okay? Electricity. Electricity is critical for development of data centers, and those data centers are the ones that host the cloud services. Nigeria has 230 million people. South Africa has 63 million people. The electricity generated in Nigeria now, the one that is being used on our grids, is roughly between 4,000 to 5,000 megawatts. South Africa, that has far less population, 63 million people, they have 35 to 40,000 megawatts. So in essence, they are like 8 times in terms of power generation, bigger than Nigeria. Per person in terms of South Africa is like 1,000 watts average if you are to distribute the power they are generating to their population. But in Nigeria, South Africans have 17 times higher in terms of electricity access than a citizen of Nigeria. So that's a major problem because almost all the data centers that are coming in Nigeria have to generate their own power. With diesel at 1,800, how do you expect them to really scale and compete with foreign organizations that have electricity 24/7? So also invest in tier 3 data centers, invest in human capital development. That is the fundamental. The key is the human capital. We need to find a way to train people. Unfortunately, honestly, there is no government agency that is really doing well in terms of training skilled people that will be able to do this. India is where it is today because they've invested so much money in India Institute of Technology. They have invested like $1 billion every single year, training thousands of people, and that's why you see all the big tech companies in the world have Indians, and Indians are running it. So things have started changing in Nigeria because of Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria. What we do is we interconnect internet service providers together with content providers. If you're to look at the internet, you have access to the internet using what is called an access network, an ISP, that connects you to the internet. Where do you want to go from your access network? You want to go into a content network. You browse using MTN, but in reality, where you are going is not MTN network. You are going into TikTok, Facebook, and the rest. Those are called content networks. So what we do at Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria is to interconnect everyone together to ensure that we domesticate our data. Because we exist and we are providing that interconnectivity, we are able to see more data centers now coming into Nigeria. In fact, last 2 weeks, there is a data center called Kasi Cloud. One of the biggest data centers in Nigeria is 33 megawatts because data centers are measured based on the power that they can generate, based on the IT load. So at IXPN, we are able to interconnect almost all the major service providers in Nigeria, including all the major content service providers. Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon, TikTok are all interconnected with us. Netflix are all interconnected with us. If you're using any of the local service providers in Abuja to, for example, to browse Netflix, you are getting it from us here in Abuja. Your Netflix traffic do not go outside of Nigeria. So as of 2025 in April, we achieved a 1 terabit per second traffic, which is really, really huge. We become the 63rd internet exchange point in the world to achieve that 1 terabit milestone. By December 2025, just after 8 months, we are able to reach 2 terabits of traffic. And as we speak, we are hitting 2.5 terabits of traffic per second. What does this do is the economic impact. Because almost all the service providers, internet service providers that interconnect with us, get their domestic internet access through us. Before the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, every traffic that you are browsing goes through the submarine cable operators. But because of what we are doing now, a typical internet service provider that got connected to us, They domesticate around 60 to 70% of their traffic is now local. Why? Because almost all the content, especially video, that are heavy, the Microsoft, the TikTok, the Google, the Facebook, and the rest are all domesticated. So this is very, very good news, right? But as we said earlier, 90%, yes, as we said earlier, 90% of the websites, that Nigerian websites, so if you are to do an analysis of .ng websites, you realize that maybe 90% of the .ng websites are now hosted outside Nigeria. They are not in Nigeria. This 60 to 70% is because of the social media. That huge traffic is because of the social media. Not actually that you are going into a local website, Guardian, Bet Niger. Bet Niger is one of the most popular websites that people go to. In November, I think last year, they had a traffic of about 31 million hits, and they are not hosting in Nigeria. So what we're trying to do now is to encourage all those smaller, organizations that are hosting to host locally. In terms of milliseconds in what is called latency, before the internet exchange point, you have a content that is hosted in Nigeria. The traffic will be routed out of the country just for it to come back. And we are losing billions and billions of naira in terms of that. ISOC, Internet Society, is one of the largest organizations in the world, did a study in 2012, and they came back in 2020, did a study and compared Nigeria and Kenya when it comes to internet exchange point. Based on their analysis, the internet exchange point of Nigeria is saving Nigeria $40 million as of 2020 annually. Right now, it's much, much higher than that. So, yes, thank you. So what do we need to do in terms of policy to really scale and to ensure that our data is no longer hosted outside? So one is to create a balanced data sovereignty policy. We have such policies with Nigerian data protection. We have it for NIDA, local cloud, and all that. Avoid over-regulation, ensure that we encourage all these big companies, the hyperscalers, the metas, and the rest, to ensure that they come and host their information locally. Invest in electricity, because electricity is the lifeblood of ICT. As long as we keep generating electricity, from generators, I don't think we'll be able to sustain it. We thank Dangote for building the refinery. At least now Naira to some extent is stable. You can see that with all the global issues, we have not experienced fuel queues, to show you that real investment can solve problems. So, and that's why Dangote now wants to go into electricity, right? You have heard of that. So it's very, very important to solve the electrical issue, then build AI, cloud, and provide, do a lot of training on cybersecurity talents and all that. Promote regional interconnectivity across Nigeria, and that's why government identified that there is a major, major issue when it comes to interconnectivity across Nigeria. That's why they're trying to get international support to get $2 billion to do the project Bridge, 90,000 kilometers. I think this is, my conclusion. Is it really a myth, the 90% offshore data? As I mentioned, 60 to 70% is now domesticated. But that 60 to 70%, as I said, is only social media, videos, right? But the actual Nigerian websites are not hosted in Nigeria. So we need to change that. And then use this as an opportunity, to leverage it, considering that we have huge population, which it was mentioned here as an advantage to us. We have our culture, the music industry, the movie industry. Imagine if we're able to host all those informations in Nigerian data centers. It means African countries will start to interconnect with us. To be honest with you, as we speak now, there are ISPs from Ghana, ISPs from Ivory Coast, ISPs from Niger, are all interconnected to Nigeria. So Nigeria is gradually gravitating to become the West African regional hub for internet content. And our dream is to be for Africa. Yes, so I think with that, I don't know, on my time, they rushed me. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, oh no, I mean, I didn't stop you, and you get why. Yes, please keep clap for Mr. Rudman. Because I saw, intentionality to do so much within a short time, and at a point I felt it would be unfair to stop him. I mean, since I knew him, he's been a very, very considerate man, very considerate. So I like us to appreciate him once more. Yes, thank you so much. Now, we've gotten to a closure, and it's been a wonderful day. We don't want to keep anyone here longer than necessary. However, we've had hours of conversation. Does anyone has a question to any of the speakers? We can afford to take just very few, maybe 1 or 2, max 3, and then, because, I mean, that food is waiting. That food has been waiting, and we need to engage it, So, 1 or 2, maybe you want to ask. If we do not have questions, it's, okay. So we have just one question. You recall who you want to ask? Or is it general? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel. So very quickly, I and my team built a platform called PrepMe. It's an AI-powered exam preparation app for Nigerian students preparing for Nigerian examinations like WAEC, JAMB, and NECO. So the question is, we registered a domain called prepme.com, and we didn't even think we should register prepme.ng, but it's for Nigerian students. So now understanding the need for NG is for digital presence, so we could be able to promote the Nigerian extension, which is .ng. So my question is, how do someone else, who, like some developers, understand, or some builders understand that they are supposed to utilize this extension? Because right now I have to go and buy .ng so I can be able to have that presence. What of some other, how do we reach out to people so we could allow people understand that, this is very important, this is for Nigerian? The idea of buying that .com is because .com is a very popular extension. So that's my question. How do we get more clarity, more information about this?
Thank you so much. This is an important one, and I know that, Mr. President, this is your question. I mean, you have your bread and the butter and the knife. I give it to you.
So thank you. It's so much important to identify with your own, and I applaud you at least for this short while to have just think about identifying with it. So for us at NERA, when you go to our website, it's clearly stated there, and you don't even need to go far. If you step outside there, they are like almost all registrars, some of the key registrars there, and I can see some of them smiling right now for you to do registration with them. And for the rest people, so we are doing so much, including part of our CSR, the Indukwe Kalu Foundation. We're actually pushing it out there to make sure that people are well informed. We're doing so much of advocacy, collaboration with other bodies. And part of this, what we're also doing here is the policy angle. We just need to drive this. We cannot do it all alone. That's why we said, okay, everybody is a stakeholder here. You're a stakeholder. You know about it now. So you now need to become the chief evangelist of your company and help us broadcast this. So you don't need to go far. Just go outside there. You can get your domain name within the next a minute or so. as far as that. So, but for us as NERA, we're doing so much advocacy, and we're working with all the stakeholders and the government bodies to make sure that people are well informed and they can actually gain access to their own .ng domain name. And part of the people on the panelists have mentioned it. Some of them, I'm sure you'd have Googled twice or three times, more than that, to say, okay, is this available? Is this available? But on .ng, I'm sure it's going to do it only once, and you get it. So thank you.
Thank you. Are you're satisfied? Are you ready to be an ambassador of NERA? Thank you. Please, let's clap for him. We'll take just two. We'll take Mrs. Mary Uduma, and we'll take Mr. Abonta. Yes, thank you. Oh, okay.
Thank you. They've given me mic. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us. My question goes to Basil. My heart got broken when he said, in the courtroom, people still write whatever you say. Somebody will be there to writing it, and then no wonder when you have a case in the court, it takes 10 years before it's done. So we are still behind. So I don't know whether you proffered a solution or what to do. When we have internet governance, we have advocated to have a track for the judiciary. So in Nigeria, when I think we should be intentional about it. What will be your proposal or recommendation on how to overcome that aspect of our system or our procedures or our processes that will also affect the delivery of cases and get justice on time? Because justice delayed is justice denied. So please, I want you to answer that question. Thank you.
Okay, Basil, before you answer, just we can take the two. Okay, I thank you for the privilege. I don't know if my question is to anyone in particular. I don't know who would answer it, but I'm moved to ask it because of the concern that I have. I've looked right round and I'm happy with the audience, but I'm not certain who is or who are the audience of Tech Convergence. And the reason I ask is, in the morning, I was happy to see the number of persons who are here from Parliament, some CEOs. But the ones that spoke, 2 minutes or whatever, and they left. So who are we talking to? Who was Rudman speaking to? Who was Basil speaking to? These young men and women? Perhaps they will get one or two things. I have sat here all day, not because I am jobless, but because I want to learn. So the kind of things I heard were exciting, both of them, when they spoke. And they have policy-related issues and intervention. Who would make those interventions? So that's my concern for NERA. Another Tech Convergence will come, but do we begin to now think of how to reach those we want to reach? Really, would it be a different kind of event? Would it be a retreat? Or what was the best way to get the policymakers to be in the room and stay 3 days or 1 full day and hear how they can make Nigeria better? And the reason I then ask finally is because for decades I've gone to conferences from 1970s. Nigeria has only got worse. I'm sorry, Nigeria gets better somehow, but I was in university when dollar was exchanging for 50 kobo. I didn't say 50 naira, I said 50 kobo per dollar. How much is it now? Have we got better? So what should we have done differently? Why are we not able to move the country and get to the extent that Basil even mentioned, converting those kinds of things to intelligence? For instance, it may be you and I, but it might be in the future. But those who can do it next year,
maybe were in this room a while ago. But that's my question. I don't know if the president will take it or whoever else. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Did you get that, sir? Who are we talking to? Do we gather next year and begin to say this again? What programmatic actions do we need to do? Do you get it, sir? I want to be sure you got it so that you respond to him later. That is, Mr. Basil, please sit down. Please sit down, sir. And then Mr. Basil got the question from Mrs. Uduma. There is just before you, sir, there's a young man here who feels that, is Mr. President listening? Yeah, somebody has a young person, and then we'll return to the old. Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to offend anybody who's young. I mean, all right.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Peter Agbo. I'm a tech enthusiast. So, for the interest of the young people in this hall, we've been hearing job. But sometimes I realize that when young people are provided with these jobs, they lack the technical know-how to handle these jobs properly. But now, one of the things I've realized that helps the Westerners sort of are, internship opportunities, volunteering, and stuff like that. And I've searched, but then I realized that we hardly get that, local-based opportunities like that. So most of the times, the people who get in, they get the blames of, oh, they don't know how to do it. But I've realized that volunteering can help us up to an extent. So are there opportunities like that, local-based opportunities? Because now we don't even look at the local levels anymore. We look at other countries to see if we can get these volunteering roles that can aid us to, further education and opportunities. So are there opportunities like that for young Nigerians who are at home? Thank you.
Mr. President, did you get this young man? I mean, let me recast that. Does NIRA want to take it as a CSR to publicize volunteer jobs that are available in Nigeria? I just leave it like that. I'm just recasting. Did I do it well? Fantastic. The last one now is to the old. We have left the contemporary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a practical thought suggestion. Our newly minted .ng ambassador challenged us. Come up with a policy and let's make it happen. Let's go anywhere and I'll follow you. Luckily for all of us, Nigeria has an existing policy that will not take a lot of work to help .ng to fly. The mandatory use of the national identity has over 40 instances where you are required by law to use the national identity. He mentioned some of it. A very low-hanging and practical outcome of this conversation is to expand that existing policy and introduce national identity, digital identity, recognizing .ng as the digital identity for Nigerians. Thank you.
So Mr. President, did you get that? So, say again. It's just a contribution. So finally, sir, we've had close to 200 people online, and some of them have been there since we started. Aside from taking somebody from Canada, we have people who are online. Now, when you respond to this, and Mr. Udotai, we'll leave even if it is 5 minutes. We'll quickly curate the questions online and come back to you. So please, just be brief in your response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take them one at a time. To our young, the upcoming startups. So let me tell you a bit about NIRA. So NIRA, as it is, don't sell directly to the public, and we have a model that works with us that is we identified with the 3R model. the registry, registrar, and the registrant. We are all registrants, including me. As long as I own a domain name, I'm a registrant. So all the people outside there, you can see them on the booths. They are the registrars. So they are the go-to person. So they relate directly to the registry. So it's like Coca-Cola. You cannot go to a Coca-Cola bottling company. Apologies for that. So that you want to buy a bottle of Coke, you go to their resellers, right? So a depot. So we have what we call a resellership program, and the registrar program that we do training for. So what additional things we can add to that, because of what you just mentioned, is to create an avenue for any person that wants to volunteer, and we introduce you to the registrars or the reseller, to the resellership program. That program is being run by our .ng Academy. So we have an academy that does all this advocacy training and the like. So you cannot say maybe people are not well. The DNS industry is so unique that it's not something you can just learn outside there. It's not that you can't learn it, but it's so unique. It's not something that is being taught like in the school. So we have that, our .ng Academy. So, and we're going to create that level or a new layer that, okay, we will introduce anybody that is interested to volunteer, and we will introduce you to the registrar and the resellership program, where you volunteer that, okay, you want to learn more about this. I know the situation in the country, sometimes it takes a lot by the time you say, oh, you want to have an internship and they demand a lot of things. It's like looking for a job. It's like looking for a job, and it's so tedious. But the volunteering thing I know has worked is something I've seen before, and that is one avenue where you can quickly gain experience and knowledge about the industry. So, but I will tell the .ng Academy Dean, so to create that's Olumide. So he's the Dean of the .ng Academy. They are actually the one in charge of this registrar and resellership program. So that is an avenue that we can use to bring in the upcoming ones that wants to learn more about the industry into this. So, and they asked about, okay, who is the tech convergence speaking? Are we talking to? We've been talking to ourselves. Yeah. It's an ecosystem where, like I said, we are all stakeholders. As long as you are using the internet, we are all stakeholders. You have one role or the other to perform. Like, I appreciate the push from the legislative arm. And if you can imagine the kind of level of what you can get to once you have professionals that knows what to do, that, okay, this is the right way to push it. And we're so lucky to have them because they've been giving us a listening ear. We went to the National Assembly and they gave us direct access to them. He was having a meeting and he just said, okay, these are the people in my constituency, I must listen to them. And that was when we told him informing him about this program, and immediately he just said yes. He's going to make sure he will do everything possible to be here. Last year, he was in GITEX, and we can only communicate via virtually. But this year, as you can see, and he has given us assurance that wherever we want to go, is there to go with us. So we're all talking about each other. It's for us now, it's not only about talking, it's about to now act and take the bull by the horns and make sure all our communicate. So we have a team putting all this down, and I can let me talk as a politician, and I can assure you that's one of the language now that we will not just push this aside. We will just take this and work with it and equally approach and work with the legislation. So the honorable that sat beside me, he was actually giving me a window that, okay, yes, they'll be on recess, they are going to be this, they'll be back within this. So I've already been calculating. He just said, okay, how soon can we get something? He had already been talking. So how soon can we get? So thank you for that question, and definitely we're going to act on it. Thank you. I hope I've answered everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, finally, from Mr. Basil.
Thank you very much. Before I answer my question, I mean, Mr. Rahman, I wanted to ask you this privately, but I think I should ask so that if you can answer, it would help everyone else. The issue with service-oriented tech in Nigeria, even like IXP, is always about availability. So what's your power source, and how do you assure your potential client of your availability as a Nigerian organization? That way we know that you have 24/7 availability. It is really, really important. So if you have a model that others can copy, it would be very, very good for the country. I am so impressed with what Nigeria IXP has done, and I really, really hope they can be encouraged to do so much more. Now, in relation to the judiciary issue, Mrs. Udoma, the problem we have in Nigeria is that by trying to approach the judiciary piecemeal, there have been some development around speech to text. So if you go to some courts now, you'll see they're trying to do recording of the judges and then transcribing that into text and distributing it, to litigants. But there have been a lot of issues because the accent is different. A Hausa man speaks differently, a Yoruba man speaks differently, and a Kwaibo man like me speaks differently. So it's causing a lot of problems, which is why I talked about the natural language, AI, if we can bring technology into this space. The other challenge is that we're also approaching e-judiciary as something we can solve at the application layer. The judiciary is a system, so we should approach it as a system, right? The infrastructure doesn't exist. The technology at the base, does not exist, but we want to go to the speech first and try to solve that problem. The papers are still not digitized. Filings are not coming into court in a digital form. Even when they do, there are no databases that the courts are completely in charge and in control. You see that when it comes to physical evidence, say a gun is an issue, they will bring a gun in and they examine it and they keep it safely and they bring it every day during prosecution. But if the evidence is digital in nature, the court does not have the infrastructure for it. So someone needs to, if the Internet Forum has a program for the judiciary, the very first thing I would recommend is let them do a study. Whatever resource you have, let's do a study first. Take a look at the judiciary and say, what can a fully fledged e-judiciary system look like for Nigeria, and what are the steps, so that it's fully systemic. We approach infrastructure, we approach network, we approach systems, and then we approach application, so that it's all together. And if you need, I can, because I'm really, really interested in helping the judiciary, I can support that effort if there's any ongoing initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Udotai. So just a recall for, you have a...
Sorry, just to add to what Basil mentioned. Digital evidence are admissible in court. So what happens is that the Administration of Criminal Justice Act under Section 15 allows for arresting agencies to keep a centralized record of all arrests. So I'm a forensic expert, so I go to court. I've been going to court for the past 15 years. So what happens is that the Evidence Act before did not allow you to go to court to give something that you've gotten from a phone or laptop. But Section 82 of the Evidence Act, as amended in 2012, allowed you any document generated by a computer, as long as you fulfill certain conditions, and the conditions are four. First, you say you got this information from a laptop, from a cloud, or from a system. Second, that the device was working properly. Thirdly was garbage in, garbage out. What you've given in is what you've gotten. Then you need a certificate of authentication to say that this evidence came out from this system with this specification, with this printer, with this specification. Sounds very elementary, but at the moment, 2012, a lot has happened, more than 15 or 13 years. But at the moment, this is what is being used. Section, for those of you that, I met some of my students in this hall. I do teach cyber law, so we make sure that we go through these laws and tell them these are the laws and the parameters and the policies you need. So what happens is that, how is it implemented? You have court martials going on, the coup that just happened last year. A lot of forensic evidence is going to be tendered in court martials. So we've made progress, but we're playing catch up. Thank you.
Okay, so what Prof just talked about has to do with admissibility of electronic evidence, and that we've gone beyond what was in the laws. What I would just recall is the rapporteur. It's important that you note specifically that one of the outcome of the forum here today has to do with what we can do with respect to the judiciary. Please don't forget to include this as one of the things we are taking away from here. And the suggestion is to have a holistic look at it in terms of systems, structures, applications, so that when within the ecosystem people gather to see how we're addressing issues concretely, judiciary, we will have had a template of how to begin to address it so that we can resolve the question that Mrs. Uduma has raised. Having said that, the food is getting cold, and therefore, this is the protocol. No, sorry, I'm coming back to you concerning online. We don't have questions, and yeah, we don't have questions. I found out from those who were monitoring. We will take just a minute for Mr. Sheon Kennedy to give a vote of thanks. But this is the protocol concerning the lunch. I'm wondering whether isn't it turning to dinner? Okay, so you don't bother about that. Now, all our guests here on this roll, you will follow Uchechi she's going to lead you to where you are going to have lunch. Where is Bridget? Is it Jessica? Sorry, I mean, what's happening here? Was it Jessica? Is there Jessica in Shakespeare or something? Was it? Okay, so for all others who have tags, you will follow Jessica. Okay? If you don't have tags, which is what admits you into the lunch arena. No, don't follow the MC. You will follow Toby. Toby, I need you to stand up. She will hand you the tag that admits you into the hall. Mr. Kennedy, you have a minute to give us vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for him.
Hello, House. They say what has a beginning has an end. You know, but I know that this event was very, very impactful. Am I right? Yes, thank you. So, standing on all existing protocols, I still want to say good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So as we bring Tech Convergence 3.0 to a close, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to everyone who has contributed to making this event a remarkable success. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to the Chair of the Board of Trustees, NIRA, Mrs. Ebukun Udishote, for her invaluable leadership, guidance, and unwavering support. Her commitment to the growth of Nigerian digital ecosystem continues to inspire us all. I would also like to especially thank our president of NIRA, Mr. Adeshola Akinsoya, for his vision, dedication, and tireless effort in advancing the objectives of the association and fostering innovation within our industry. Thank you, sir. Our appreciation equally goes to the entire Board of Trustees and the entire EBOD, Board of Directors. Your strategic direction, stewardship, and commitment to excellence have been instrumental in creating platforms such as the Tech Convergence that drive meaningful conversations, collaborations, and progress in our ecosystem. I would also like to express special appreciation to Mrs. Oluwaseyi Onosoya, our COO, who leads the association secretariat. Ma, your dedication, coordination, and steadfast commitments, together with the efforts of the secretariat team, have been vital to the successful planning and execution of this event. We are truly grateful for your hard work and professionalism. To our special guests, our speakers, panelists, sponsors, exhibitors, media partners, and attendees, thank you for sharing your knowledge, insights, and experience. Your participation has enriched the discussions and strengthened the connections that will help shape the future of technology and the internet ecosystem in Nigeria. I would also like to commend every member of the LOC and the various teams who work diligently behind the scenes to ensure the successful delivery of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to use this opportunity to bring forward members of the LOC for you. Please, members, please come forward. Quickly, quickly, quickly. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the people who work behind the scenes to bring tech convergence, to bring in tech convergence to you on a yearly basis. So, we appreciate you. We thank you. So, pictures? I have to take you to pictures. No, I'm here. Thank you, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we depart today, may the ideas shared, relationships built, and opportunities identified during Tech Convergence 3.0 continue to inspire innovation, collaboration, and sustainable growth across our industry. Thank you all for your support, your presence, and your contributions. We look forward to welcoming you again at future editions of Tech Convergence. On behalf of the LOC, I wish you all safe travels and continued success in your endeavors. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Good afternoon, everyone.
From the north to the south, across valleys, rivers, and rising skyline.
Please.
From the north to the south, across valleys, rivers, and rising skylines. At the heart of Nigeria's digital transformation lies a network,
Sorry, the
secure,
first row, please follow.
intelligent, and resilience. Driven by brilliant minds and bold ideas,
if you
we
have a
connect
tag,
governments,
Jessica,
empower
if you don't
agencies,
have,
and
you
enable
see Toby.
service delivery. Every day we build, every night we evolve, because Nigeria's future is digital, and the future is now. Galaxy Backbone, empowering Nigeria's digital present and shaping its digital future.
Taking your business online has never been easier. Introducing Hobo Host, Nigeria's largest web hosting provider. Secure your perfect domain name. Bring your dream website to life. Power your website with reliable hosting. Build trust with professional email hosting. Start your journey today at www.hugohost.com.
Clear road for Hodanso. We be global agentic AI and digital marketing company. We stand gidigba across the world. Our level clear because we build everything on top excellence, heavy innovation, and correct integrity. We know they just play for the digital space. We they dominate them. I never finish, oh. Collaboration and customer satisfaction be our watchword. Your business growth now our priority. So if they're ready to grow and blow for the digital space, no walk alone, no. Talk to Hodanso today, make we show you road. These days, AI fit help you build websites inside 2 minutes. And truth be told, that part sweet past jollof rice. But sharp business owners, make I tell una real truth. We dey focus on the wrong problem. Many people they think say the biggest headache now to build the website. Beg, no be there the real issue there. Not to maintain and they give people high blood pressure. Waiting suppose help your business grow. Don't come today. Now Hodanso Agentic WordPress. We no replace WordPress, we no force you pack your load go another platform. We just bring heavy AI automation to crush all those things where they slow you down. Your WordPress site go just deploy automatically. Security they monitor and for back 247 like saying a president will get standard defense. Daily backups they happen sharp without you even remembering. Performance activates for maximum speed. Our plans go offer you less maintenance, less stress, pure automation. If you're done ready, check out Hodanso Agentic WordPress for our website, www.hodanso.net.
Connect to what is possible. In Nigeria's digital world, everyone matters. No Nigerian left offline. Opportunity is just a click away, only if you have the skills. Digital skills open doors to education and business opportunity. Across the nation, community digital literacy centers are empowering students in rural communities, giving them tools to learn, grow, and compete globally. Young people are moving from unemployment to building careers, freelancing and earning online. From classroom to cloud, farmer to student, tech is changing lives. Not just the young, older generations are coming on board, learning how to use digital payments safely and confidently in their everyday lives. Grandmas online, sending love, receiving funds digitally. With the right knowledge, every Nigerian can click with confidence, avoiding scams, spotting fake links, and staying informed in a fast-moving digital space. NITDA is empowering Nigerians to join the digital revolution. NITDA, shaping the future, deepening our digital economy.
A new cutting-edge digital future is unfolding in Nigeria. National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA's Built in Nigeria initiative, promotes tech startups, driving national development. We are establishing digital learning centers and empowering youth through Code the Future, coding solutions for agriculture, healthcare, education, and finance. We are adopting blockchain technology, designing tools for financial inclusion. From e-commerce to fintech, Nigerian tech is rising. NITDA's hackathons, incubators, and innovation hubs empowers entrepreneurs, promoting the fourth industrial revolution. Kudos to women driving Nigeria's tech revolution. NITDA, shaping the future, deepening our digital economy.
Do your work with AI.
I'm Farah from Q Servers, and I'm here to show you how we're powering the digital dreams of thousands across Nigeria. As Nigeria's best-rated web host, we've built a reputation for speed, security, and local expertise that businesses trust. Whether you need reliable shared website hosting or optimized WordPress solutions, we have the perfect plan to get you online instantly. For high-performance needs, our cloud VPS offers unmatched power, and every account comes with free SSL certificates to keep your data safe. We understand the Nigerian market. Pay easily in Naira and enjoy 24/7 local support from experts who truly understand your business. Ready to host your future? Join the Q Servers family today at qservers.ng. Q Servers, powering your world.
Every business needs three things: a domain they own, infrastructure they can trust, and customer support that is available every hour of the day. At Rackhost, we give you all of it. From domain name registration to enterprise-grade web hosting, professional email, SSL certificates, and virtual private servers to suit your business demands. And we do all of this on nearly 100% renewable energy, because for every hosting plan we sell, we plant a tree. Rackhost is the hosting partner global businesses are choosing to work with. Visit rackhost.com today to get started.
Welcome to SmartWeb Nigeria Limited, Nigeria's #1 web hosting and domain registration company. With over 90,000 customers, the company provides affordable and reliable digital solutions including shared hosting, VPS hosting, reseller hosting, email hosting, SSL certificates, and domain registration services. SmartWeb supports thousands of business, developers, entrepreneur, and content creators by helping them build and manage their online presence effectively. The company is recognized as a certified NERA registrar and offers features such as 24/7 customer support, easy-to-use cPanel hosting, and NDPR compliance. Over the years, SmartWeb has hosted over 100,000 websites and registered over 150,000 domains, including NG domains across Nigeria and beyond.
Looking to establish your online presence with a reliable web hosting provider? Look no further than Upperlink Domain. Securing your dream domain is just a few clicks away. Choose from an extensive range of extensions including .com, .ng, and more, and establish your online identity with confidence. But wait, that's just the beginning. Our hosting platform boasts a user-friendly cPanel interface with Softaculous and Electron software with fancy templates with no coding knowledge that allows you to create and manage your website effortlessly. Say goodbye to complicated setups with us. Building your online empire has never been easy. We provide daily backups of your files for up to 25 days, ensuring that your information is always protected against unwanted threats. And when it comes to data security, we've got you covered. Our free SSL encryption and Immunify 360 security offer unparalleled protection for your website, safeguarding it against potential threats and vulnerabilities. For a seamless communication and productivity, take advantage of our premium email services powered by Google Workspace and Microsoft 365. Stay connected, stay productive with Upperlink Domain.
From the north to the south, across valleys, rivers, and rising skylines, one name quietly